darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding.
Пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа, должны знать, что ответ России будет незамедлительным и приведет вас к таким последствиям, с которыми вы в своей истории.
How do we get to the place where, you know, Putin decides he's going to just invade Russia? Nothing like this has happened since World War II.
What a sad way to live. When I look at the world, it fills me with sorrow. Children today gonna suffer tomorrow.
Yeah, man, we are live. I don't know if anybody recognized that, but that was a face swap with Jesse Lee Peterson. Well, welcome to Saturday Night Live Stream. Get it off your chest. This is part 2. This is a special edition of the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. So we're going to open up the panel here shortly. Anybody that I sent an email, feel free to jump on. I've got a few special guests going to jump on tonight. So we're going to have a good conversation. We're going to talk about the mess. It's second week of this invasion, and I don't think anybody really has expected what we're seeing right now. We've got about, I think it's 1.4 million refugees. I think about 700,000 of them went to Poland, but it's a mess, and I do think it's going to last a whole lot longer than everybody predicted. So, but let me say hi to the chat. Uncle Guns, of course, welcome. Peg Bell, welcome. It's Machi 7, I think it's Machi 74005. Good to see you. Who else? We had Woody in here. If you're new, say hi in the chat. We got Seamist. Good to see you. Yeah, say hi, but welcome. Yeah, we're going to have a good one tonight. So I'm curious of the chat. Any thoughts on this whole Russian-Ukraine invasion? I mean, we're watching the news. We're not seeing a whole heck of a lot. I think we're just seeing what, I guess, what the news wants us to see. So, hey, Drew, good to see you, man. It's been a while. Yeah, awesome. I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to drop the link in the chat here real soon. Let me drop it in here right now. But we do have some guests coming on tonight. Everybody's running a little bit late, which is cool. So if you want to come on and chat, there's the link. Feel free to jump on. But yeah, so it's been a mess. It looks like Russia's doing quite a job on the Ukraine right now. Looks like the port cities are really being overtaken. I don't know if, like I said, if anybody's watching the news, do you really think you're getting the real scoop? I don't think so. I really don't think so. You know, I think what they want us to see at this point. On the last stream, we had talked about all the different things that were going on in the Ukraine. And I just wonder if the people there that are fighting, would we do the same if this thing kind of escalated? Now, we talk about World War III. And when we think of World War III, I'm curious what you guys think. I really am. What would happen if this came to our homeland, and how would you react? Would you be prepared for like the absolute mess that's going on right now over there? Would you be prepared for that? I don't think most people would. It's just a fact. And it's I don't want to say it's sad, but I think we're kind of, I just think we're kind of oblivious to like real war, including myself. I mean, I'm not blaming anybody, but including myself. I'm going to say your servicemen and some guys who've been in, not everybody's been in the service has seen blood and guts and war. And I think that's a kind of a myth that everybody's been in the service has seen bloody war. And that's, I don't think that's true. I mean, I know a lot of guys that are in the service that were, you know, pencil pushers and things like that, but that's all a part of it also. But yeah, so let me see some comments here. Jay Neptune says, my 10-year-old playing on my phone, watching YouTube, click on the Tony Bruno live stream. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, man. See what Drew has to say. I think pockets of the U.S. would resist. Large population centers would acquiesce and then collaborate with the enemy. Yeah, that's a good possibility. I mean, you think of that movie Red Dawn. Everybody remembers that. I know there was a remake and it was really, really bad. Really bad. You know, we've heard that phrase, you know, I guess it's the only way you'll get this gun out of my hands is whatever, my dead, bloody hands. I forget the phrase, but how much is that is really true? I really don't know. So I'm curious about World War III. What's your guys' thoughts on it? Because I don't think it would be the type of war that we're thinking of. Yeah, there it is, Drew. Cold, dead fingers. Yeah. Outnumbered says, I don't know what weapons will be used in World War III, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Man, that's a fact. That's actually a really good one. Yeah. I mean, think of a nuclear war. I couldn't even imagine a nuclear war. I guess if you're in big cities, that'd be probably the worst place to be. I think near an Army base, a Navy base, an Air Force base, which I'm close to. Probably could be a good place, but it could be a bad place also. So Machi says, I greatly fear getting nuked. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think we understand the ramifications of that. It'd be pretty rough. You know, we think you know, what's funny is we think we have it bad now. And could you actually imagine something like that going on? I'm sure we've all seen the simulations where all the nuclear missiles are going up and they're being taken out here and there. Some make it through, some don't. But I don't think we are prepared for that kind of devastation. And, you know, think of family members, think of people who live across country, your friends, your family members. It'd be something that, I mean, realistically, it's basically the end of the free world if we have one anymore. So let's see what Peg has to say. Conspirators Hierarchy, the story of Committee of 300, May 13th, 2016. Oh, wow. Cool. I'll have to check into that. Peg says, I worried about that kind of stuff having worked at a Fed facility right next to the airport. Yeah. Gunn says, getting nuked would be preferable. You'd be gone in a microsecond as opposed to suffering for who knows how long. Yeah. I guess that's one way of looking at it. I mean, God, that's, to me, that's just brutal. See what Drew says. We are looking weak right now. We still have 3 more years of this administration. Yeah, absolutely. War is terrible. I see kids on TV, the elderly, the moms, families getting separated, leaving your home and life. Terrible. Yeah. 50 miles from Fort Knox. Well, I played this at the beginning, and this is our wonderful leader right here.
How do we get to the place where, you know, Putin decides he's going to just invade Russia? Nothing like this has happened since World War II.
Yeah, that's what we got right there. That's as good as it gets, huh? As Jesse says, what a mess. Yeah, it's yeah, Peg, I'm pretty sure he really said that. Drew, come on, man. Uncle Gunn says 50 miles from Fort Knox, you're safe as a kitten. Yeah, that could be. Could be. That's why I said in the beginning, if you're close to a base, you know, they're going to protect those probably more than cities and anything else. I mean, that's your line of defense. So also I've got this one video. This video is actually capped this off the TV is hang on here. This is a Russian chopper, and this is at a Ukrainian, I guess the Department of Defense. I'm not sure if it's at a Ukrainian air base or something like that, but check this out. This is pretty good. Somebody hits him with a Stinger missile. So I don't know if anybody saw this, but check it out. Yeah, that's real war right there. I mean, think about that. Imagine that going down in your own hometown. I don't think any of us could imagine that, but it could happen. And I'm not trying to hit you with fear porn, but I think we're just a little bit too comfortable here to where we think that can't happen, which I definitely think it can. So, yeah, crash and burn. Yeah. Probably a Ukrainian plane with a missile launcher in their backyard. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looks like they're taking all sorts of arms and taking into their own hands, and that's man, that's tough. But that just shows the resilience of the Ukrainian people. Hey, John Boston, good to see you. Yeah, that's a fact right there. Someone just lost their son, their father, or their brother. Yeah, that's the fact of war right there. That's a tough one. It doesn't matter which side you're on. I have the news on right now, just kind of watching it, and usually at night is when I watch and take a look and just kind of flick through. And like I said, I always keep the sound off because I don't want to hear what they have to say. I want to see it from my own eyes. So that's a little suggestion, is just to go ahead and when you're watching the news and you want to see the videos, just go ahead and shut the sound off and just watch. It changes your perspective in a big way. I did that during the peaceful protests. So yeah, I don't know if everybody can notice I'm not white anymore. So it's out in the sun all day. I'm actually kind of red tan right now. So I'm no longer white. Let's see what Peg has to say. Anyone old enough to remember watching evening news? Yeah. I was young, but I barely remember it. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I think that was true. Yeah, I do think that was true. Now, I got a question for everybody. Gunn says he tan. That's right. Let me see here. That's funny, John Boston. Yeah, there's a lot of questions I have about what's going on now. Again, could we handle this in our own? Peg says he pink. Oh, that's funny. Ethan Hunt, good to see you, my man. Yeah, there's a lot of questions I have. again, I think the biggest question is, are we seeing everything that we're supposed to be seeing? And I don't think so. I don't think we're seeing everything. I think there's a lot of stuff that's being held from us for sure. Where can we get like real credible news? If you do like I do, if you search YouTube, and I know that happened last week, is where I saw some videos and then no longer, you leave them or you pause them, you go back, and then they're just gone. So I think we're definitely being censored in a way that we don't need right now. But there's just too much that's unanswered. I don't think this is going to be I know some people had said, it's going to be a couple weeks. We're already a week into it, and I just don't see it getting resolved anytime soon. There just seems to be too much going on. Now they're invading the port cities and things like that. So, where does it go? And I'm curious on, does anybody have any Ukrainian relatives or somebody over that way? I know, Poland is close by, things like that. So what if you're a neighboring territory, neighboring country? What's your fear like? Because I couldn't imagine, I guess the way you would think about it is if like Texas was another country and being invaded, that's how close you are. So what's going to be the fallout with the other countries? Obviously, refugees for sure. Yeah. Yeah, the media called it a 3-day war. Yeah. Jay Neptune said free guns and ammo. John Boston says war is terrible. When the Americans reached Naples and the Germans were on the run, they were going into people's homes and getting food and shelter and trying to get out of Italy. Yeah. Gunn says, I talked to people who went to neighboring countries and they're getting intel that it's not as bad as the media makes it. Yeah. I don't know, man. I actually think it's probably worse. So shouting at clouds, that's pretty funny. Oh, Lord. Yeah, it's a mess, but what's going on is okay. The question I want to ask to the panel is how much involved do you think we should be? That's what I'm curious of. To the chat, how involved at this point? I think humanitarian efforts, as far as that goes, I think we should lend everything we can to help people, whether it be clothes, food, medical equipment, things like that. But this whole NATO thing and the no-fly zone and all that, I mean, that's going to start World War III without a doubt. And if people think it's not, man, you got another thing coming. Absolutely. I think we're going to have a big issue if any of these things go down. Emmanuel, good to see you, my man. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. We had that, but that was shut down, remember? I mean, everybody remembers that. First thing he did was close that pipeline down, which is crazy. I think gas up north is I think over $4 a gallon right now, which is just crazy. I got gas the other day, it was $3.49, so it's not too bad. And again, at this point, I don't give a shit how much gas is. That's just me. As a truck, an F-150 driver, gas is part of my business. So just reading these comments here. Yep, exactly. Just going through the comments. Yeah. 439 for gas in Alaska. Uncle Gun says 389 there. $4 for super in Boston. So, okay, we got our first guest coming on right here. Going to bring him on. We got the president of the Manosphere. He's going to join us tonight, guys. Is this Tony Johnson?
It is Tony Dream Johnson, president of Manosphere. He's a nice guy. Big fan of him. Big fan of Tony Bruno. What is a hoti Bruno? What the hell is that?
That's Anthony in Ukrainian.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yep.
Good shit,
Yep.
man. Good shit.
Uh-huh.
I didn't catch any of the show before now, but happy to hop in. And
I was just talking with the chat and just kind of going over things and talking about the mess that's going on. And I'm curious what being in a presidential state that you're in.
yeah,
Give me your thoughts on this whole mess that's going on right now. And you know what? I want your thoughts on Putin, because a lot of people, you know, we had talked earlier, and regardless if he's evil or bad, he's still a strong leader. And how important is that in a leadership position? You know, yourself, you're in a leadership position. So how important is that?
You want me to start with the Putin and the leadership thing, or the whole situation in general?
Let's start with the whole situation, then we'll get on the Putin thing.
Sure. So first of all, thanks for having me on, Tony. Love the show. Glad to be here. Great thing. As far as the whole Ukraine, you know, Eastern Europe, NATO, Russia, whole fucking World War III shit show, there's definitely propaganda on both sides, so to speak, but I think it's leaning heavily on Ukraine is putting out a shit ton of it, and whoever is puppeting Ukraine. I'm under no delusion or whatever that Russia is some, you know, pristine country that's never done anything bad, or that Putin is some saint, or that Putin is a George Washington type leader or something like that. Although I'll talk more about him in a minute. But yeah, I think Ukraine is just basically a fucking puppet. It's been a puppet for a long time. The Zelensky guy is a total little cuck, little dipshit douchebag. It's mostly fake. I can't blame people for being patriotic and fighting for their country, but it sounds like this country has been so corrupt for so fucking long that this is not even, like, patriotism is not even a question, because you don't have any leadership in position to do anything useful.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the West, whether it's Biden and Britain and Germany or whatever, puppeting, you know, the puppet state in Ukraine, they're getting a lot of innocent people killed. And Putin is not going to lose this. Russia is not going to lose this. They're in it to win it. They have an attitude for war and for the interest of their country and its history and its future that they're not going to back down from. And that's the opposite of what we have in the West. The entire West is led by beta male cucks, whether it's Smelly Joe or Trudeau, the son of Fat Castro, or France Lecron, or whatever the fuck his name is. Britain I had hopes for with Boris, but he turned out to be a big beta cuck too. I only like Nigel Farage, who I got to meet the other day. It's pretty dope. Ever becoming
anybody
leading the country.
No, you're using the word cuck. So define the word cuck.
I'm using it as an insult, not in a Jack Murphy sense, who is a literal cuck.
Yeah.
It's a derogatory term to describe someone who's just a fucking total extreme beta male, a sellout, weakling, a cream puff, a douchebag, a dipshit, a pansy, whatever they call them in your days. Probably pansy and cream puff was more your terminology. We had a little bit of that in the 90s. Yeah, they're all just absolutely weak and spineless. They're all controlled by, whether it's the George Soros kind of shit, or it's special interest, or multinational billion-dollar corporations, or the deep state, or the military-industrial complex, or the feminist establishment, or some other interest. They're all fucking weak, spineless losers. They're not actually leaders. They're like they're just like a front or a mask for control over a country and over a nation. So yeah, it's all these people putting Ukraine flags on their profile and all this bullshit. It's really sick. I really hate it. It's really stupid. None of it's warranted. It's all 99% just virtue signaling garbage. Ukraine's doomed. I mean, it doesn't matter what the fuck they do, dumping out prisoners and just handing out weapons and stuff. It's all just pointless and insane, and they're not fighting for some noble cause. Unfortunately, I wish they had some like badass leader who's fighting to defend their country from some clearly evil invader, but that's nowhere near the reality of that situation. And people in the West are just fucking sheep. They just believe whatever they see and whatever they're told, whether it's the masks or the zombie shot or this bullshit now, or Biden got 81 million votes. Like, they literally are just dumb fucking sheep. And it's really sick, and especially these warmongers like Lindsey Graham, the Mitt Romneys. These neocons are really disgusting. They're part of the Uniparty in the United States and in the West that control like everything. And I hate them with a passion. I hope they all burn in hell sooner rather than later. They're all fucking sick. They all want to send young men to die rather than do the fighting themselves. I think we should ship Lindsey Graham and Mitt Romney over there immediately. We should deport them, revoke their citizenship, dump them off in Ukraine, and wish them the best. Good fucking luck. They're scum. They're scum of the earth. Like, they are the enemies of America. They are the enemies of freedom. They are the enemies of individual human life and liberty. And those people are scum. Absolute scum. We should take all the Western leaders and dump them all in the middle of fucking Ukraine right now. Fuck them all.
I love this guy.
Well,
Putin, I'm under no
Tony,
delusion
you got to come on my show.
Yeah.
You and me will be like going crazy together.
Yeah, man. I say it like I see it, man. I call a spade a spade.
do you know Anthony Johnson?
No, I never met him, but I like him a lot already.
Anthony Johnson is he's 21 Studios.
Oh, I love.
Okay,
I just love this guy.
21 Studios, 21 Convention. He is the president of the Manosphere, official president of
Woo!
the Manosphere. So,
Well, all I know is he's A1 on my list. Just listening to him, I don't even need to talk. I got him. He's saying the same shit I've been saying, except I have even a better thing: is they're evil. They're actually demons in these people. They're not human. I'm telling you. Look at their eyes. You can see. Biden used to have blue eyes. His eyes are black. They look evil. There's something wrong with them. Even like, did you see Pelosi the other night with the?
Yeah, she was.
She did the hand thing and she stopped. Was she tweaking? They should have
She was on drugs.
They should have put a straitjacket on her right there.
She's on drugs or something. She's mixing probably alcohol and some sort of pills she's got going.
Yeah.
Whatever she was doing, she wasn't supposed to be mixing.
Well, what I think happened is the demon in her made her do a signal. See, that was like some kind of demon signal.
Yeah.
I listen. Being possessed by demons doesn't mean you don't need. Some people don't even know they're in them. Like, it's not like The Exorcist.
Pelosi to me is like a Cruella de Vil. She seems like she kills puppies for fun in her spare time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she was doing. She was practicing strangling puppies.
Well, her family are all gangsters, so she was raised like a gangster. She's like 80 years old.
They're part of this like American mafia that they really run the show. At least they have for a long time. And they are. I might not agree with you that they're demons, but they're evil. And that is an accurate assessment. They are evil to the bone. They hate America. They hate the West. They hate human
people.
life.
Yeah, they hate human life. They hate us.
Now, I don't like a lot of people either, but I don't have a hatred, and I don't want them to die. Generally speaking,
right?
Like there's a viciousness to what they do and sociopathy that is really sick. Like all these warmongers now, like Lindsey Graham and Mitt Romney and whatever the fuck. They're all absolute scum. Like, they're cowards and they're scum, and they're happy to send young men to die who don't know anything about the world and will get roped into this garbage. Just like the Iraq War, like fraud, all this fraudulent shit. Dude, George Bush, Mitt Romney too, but Dick Cheney, all those fucking people involved in the Iraq War, they all deserve to be prosecuted for treason, found guilty, and executed. 100%. They're absolutely, they knew what they were doing. They knew it was a fraud. They got 1 million people in Iraq killed for what? For what? Nothing. They committed war crimes. They should be found, put through due process, and fucking executed in public. Every one of these motherfuckers.
I call him Charlie Chaplin from Germany. So, I don't know, because you say his name, I don't know. They get in trouble on YouTube. So these guys make him look like an angel. That's how bad they are.
Yeah. Now, hang on. Tony
Gates,
Bruno.
I get it. Woo.
That's another scumbag. Yep, 100%. Now, Tony Bruno, you asked me about Putin.
Well, I want to go back to one thing that you said, and you mirrored my exact thoughts. What I want to say is that Russia is in it to win it. They wouldn't invade this country to back out. I think we're under the impression that they're going to do some embargoes and things like that, and Russia is just going to say, okay, let's just pull out. I don't think that's going to happen. And that's why when I took like final comments on the last stream asking people, hey, how long do you think this is going to last? And to me, I think this could be almost like another Vietnam type thing. Okay, could last.
I think that's what America wants, I think, and not America, but the deep state in the West, basically. They want that. They want Russia to get it bogged down in the quagmire thing, whatever they call it, like quicksand. Like America got bogged down in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years and blew trillions of dollars and thousands of people died for what? Osama bin Laden left a long time ago, fucking 20 years ago or something. So that's what they want, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Ukraine is done by the end of the month, if not sooner. And this is like the shitty end of their army. They're not even using their military. They're not using their best stuff by a long shot. So, but I think they got it in the bag.
These are the people that like live outside of their big cities, like the Mongols and the Eskimos that are out in the woods. They brought in all these like rookies kind of and just threw them in there. They didn't use their elite forces, and even the equipment, it looks old.
Yeah, it's from the Cold War and shit. It's like from the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff they're using now. But my personal belief is, you've heard Klaus Schwab there talk about he loves Putin. He's one of his pupils. This world, the WEF, I think they're trying to roll out digital currency and they're trying to crush economies. And I think this is more New World Order thing. It's like a plan. It's part of their playbook.
Yeah, it could be World War III as well. They might want World War III just to kill a lot of people,
depopulate quickly, and cause chaos and cause economies to crash. Then you need one world currency and one world government.
Now, hang on though. I think that with Putin and the WF, I've read that. I am skeptical that Putin is under the thumb of the WF, even though he was in it or whatever, and Sora or Schwab and all that. I think that's more like him playing along, and they would be even aware of it just to get close to them. Like keep your friends close, your enemies closer.
Could be. I have two different views of it. I have that view, and then I got the other view. He's rebelling against them, and they're coming at him.
He's rebelling. Yeah, maybe that too. He seems like a guy who's very Machiavellian. He has stayed in command of Russia for a long time for a reason.
Yeah, 20 years.
And he has balls. He has balls like these Schwab people and Soros. They're psychos, but they don't have big like balls. And Putin seems like a guy who has balls.
He seems like a guy who'll fight you in the street.
Oh yeah. The fact that he's doing this against the social and economic pressure of the world right now and holding strong says a lot about his personality and his psychology. We call that peer. Imagine the peer pressure in terms of peer pressure that he's going through right now. They're trying to turn his own people against him to kill him. The world is punishing the Russian people right now who are innocent. The fuck do they have to do with this?
That's correct. I'm pro-Ukrainian. I feel bad for those people.
Yeah,
but Russian people are suffering. All these sanctions were like way too many, way too fast. I mean, and everybody and their mother jumped on board. You can't even get a Siamese cat. It's canceled.
Yeah.
I had a show. Pretty soon Kraft is going to change the name of their Russian dressing to like Tutti Frutti because they can't be Russian dressing. I mean, then there's people that own gas stations that are Russian franchises, but they're American owned. And they're taking their licenses away from them.
The best thing about this, though, is that anybody who's like hyper pro-Ukraine is basically retarded. Kind of like the masks, like these people that wear fucking 3 masks on their face. Like,
I feel bad for the Russians too, though, because they're going to suffer.
Yeah.
And both the Russian people don't want this war, and neither does the Ukrainian people. They're actually relatives, a lot of them. Their cousins live in Ukraine from Russia. I mean, they will Russia it once. These soldiers are going to be shooting at their own uncle.
Yeah, that's
they don't want it. And Americans, we don't want a war, but we don't call the shots.
Well, I don't know. A lot of people the minute the media pushes something, there's a huge chunk of people who are not, I don't even really consider them human. They're more like animals. Yeah. That's how we call them sheep, because they're very animal-like. They literally just do whatever the fucking TV says. They don't just do it. They think it. Their mind is not meaningfully independent. They just do whatever the fuck they're told.
21. I live in Jersey, right? I moved to Missouri. I came back. I'm telling you, for 18 months, I walked around. I was collecting unemployment, I was making like $900 a week, sitting in my house. 18 months, I didn't see not one person not wearing it. Not one person.
That's crazy, man.
I was the only one. I was going into supermarkets having brawls with the manager. They're calling cops. Wow. I'm like, am I the only rebel in this whole like state of New Jersey? I seen guys coming out, alphas out of the gym, like stacked, wearing it and wearing it even in the parking lot, like going to their car, like, buddy, take it off. You can breathe. Like, it's crazy how much these people follow orders. Like, they're just submissive.
They're animals, basically, man.
And they believe everything that, to me, 99% of the stuff they say is a lie. These people believe 99% is true.
Well, hang on, though. So I want to say that when I say they're animals by choice. They don't have to be animals. They choose to be sheep. It's their fault to some degree, right? The propaganda is intense and it's all over the place, but there's still, it's like a relationship, right? When you have a toxic relationship with a woman, in almost every case, it's in some capacity bilateral. It's mutual. It's both ways. You contributed to it. I've been through this myself, and in some way you contribute to it. Now that person might be an aggressor and an abuser, and this is a pattern of behavior that they're into as well that extends beyond you and before you. But there's still this. It's a mutual participation, and these sheep that choose to be sheep instead of like human and independent thinkers and actors, in some way it's their fucking fault. They choose this. They choose to not be human and think for themselves and lead their own lives. They're fucking losers. They're losers. Like minimum are losers.
Well, shouting at clouds. I'm in Florida, and so is Tony Johnson. So,
but the point I was trying to get to, if I'm walking around for 18 months and I don't see not one person not wearing that, what kind of hope do we have? It's like this whole country's under a spell almost. There's only a few of us out here that are really fighting just refusing, like saying no. I have a renegade mind. That's me. I'm renegade.
There's millions of people. I mean, no, it's not just a few thousand even. There's millions for sure.
Right. But how many million out of the 350, 350 million? 10 million maybe?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like the hope is like real low for me, especially in the big cities. I seen thousands of people over a period of 18 months.
Yeah,
and I didn't see that one person.
America's still very rural. There's rural. There's a lot of people that don't live in cities. I live in a small city, Orlando. But
I lived in Missouri. It's a whole different game over there.
Yeah, dude, we live in Florida. I mean, the Tonys here, man, the double Tony, thing here.
Oh, Florida is great right now. I mean, with DeSantis.
It's been great. Yeah, exactly. I had my whole life almost now. I run live events, conferences, so there was some interruption with that. But my day-to-day life almost never changed. I never stopped going to the gym. I never stopped going to the grocery store. I never stopped going to the beach. I never stopped. Back then, I was banging chicks left and right. I had a great fucking time.
They're saying if Trump don't run, DeSantis, nobody can even touch him. He's gonna. They already did the statistics. They said he's ahead like by 68%. They said DeSantis is definitely the guy that's gonna be the Republican nominee if Trump don't run.
Yeah, he's awesome. I love DeSantis, man. He's a great dude.
I think I'd vote for him over Trump right now.
Yeah, I go back and forth on that. I'm not worried about it because in my mind,
they're rolling on it to me anyway.
Studying the thing, Trump is definitely going to run, and I think he's definitely going to win. And DeSantis is not crazy enough or stupid enough to challenge that. He would lose
DeSantis,
anyway.
DeSantis wouldn't go against Trump for sure. I think he should be his vice president. That's what I think. This way, after he's done, he can become the president. But maybe they're going to stop the vote at 11 o'clock at night, like they did. So as much as we think it should be a super landslide this time.
Well, this is what I was saying though. Like I don't know the exact number. It was a very small percentage of the population fought in the Revolutionary War. It was
3%.
3%. Like it's a very small amount of the population that actually has to fight, or take. We say fight. That was violence in that particular case. I just mean take serious action that was not approved by the government at that point with the Kingdom of Great Britain.
A little different though compared to then because the army had cannons and rifles and so did the militia. Now we got guns and they got helicopters and fighter jets. I mean,
Yeah, that isn't. I don't
they
think it
got
matters
tanks
though. You know, Biden says, "Oh, you need to win a civil war. You need nukes and
and
F-15s."
F-15s. Yeah, you heard that shit?
This is nonsense.
That's ridiculous old man speak right there for him.
Yeah, it's crazy, and this is like a common liberal fucking cheap
Yeah.
talking point. It's
But
stupid.
it's kind of hard to beat, even the police department. I mean, they even got armored vehicles. It's not easy. That's all. You need a lot of people.
The reality is, though, that America couldn't even hold like Afghanistan. Look, Afghanistan fell before we even left. Vietnam's another one.
Yeah.
Like if the American people could overwhelmingly beat the federal government in a fight, like there's no question if it was their actual motivation.
I agree, but you would have to have it organized. They would have to get together and do it. You're right.
Well, also though, in
Exactly,
any civil war,
We-
the military turn on each other too.
Yeah.
There's real patriots in the military. So
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not leading this fight myself personally, but I love my country and I'll do whatever I have to make sure that it's free.
And we got a lot of retired veterans too.
That's right. That's right. They know that too. They're scared. That's why he freaks out and says nukes and F-15s. Dude, if Joe Biden dropped a nuke on an American city or on American soil, his head would be on a pike within 24 hours.
I agree with you. I like Tony, man.
For
This
Brandon,
guy's awesome.
For Brandon, I would have to say that's all right, Grandpa. Go take your Malanta and go back to the basement where you belong. At that point, yeah, we're in a pretty weird time right now. We got Ukraine and Russia. Now Russia, I don't know if y'all seen it. They're buckling because the sanctions are on them now. I know. I'm sorry to mention them like that on the streams. I know they're starting to nuke streams like crazy. So you mentioned the unspecified things going over in Europe. They're buckling because now the money's getting screwed with. It's a pretty wild time we're going through now. Especially, it's funny when the money gets messed and tugged. That's when they start wincing.
They're worried about the dollar though, because of the SWIFT system.
I truly don't think that any amount of money or squeezing Russia is going to do anything.
Yeah,
I think they're in it to win it, and
Russia could trade with China.
Yeah,
China has their back in this situation too.
Yeah, they ain't Russia. Putin ain't that worried.
Yeah, China will play neutral, like, oh, we're going to abstain from this vote and this and that bullshit, but they know what they're doing. They're going to go for Taiwan next, whether it's this year or next year. They're set. This is a setup for them.
Yeah,
they're working together, and given the stupidity of America,
could you imagine if they just went and said we're going to do it right now? What a strategy it would be to go ahead and take Taiwan right now. They might think about that.
Yeah,
and we always talk about you got to look at like a diversion. There's something else going on. Maybe that's what'll happen. Could you imagine now if that happens on the other side?
It may happen. It's sooner than you think.
And then what are we going to do?
They're thinking about it, China, right now.
Up,
No, we got to stay out. We got to mind our own business for once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let everybody else. We should pull out of NATO too. NATO's bullshit. We give them 2% of our GDP, which last year we gave them 3.5%. We don't need NATO. Who's going to attack us?
Yeah,
that's like
paying. NATO needs us. We don't need them.
It's like paying protection fees to the mob almost. Like,
I mean,
what's the point? And I'm better than you.
We are the mob. We are the mob. We don't need to pay you protection. We're the ones that are protected. They should pay us to be in NATO.
Exactly.
I mean, Trump had the right idea. He told NATO, if you guys don't pay up, Germany and all of them, they're paying like 0.5%, 1%, and they're supposed to pay 2% of their GDP. So they're giving their people free medical coverage with the extra money that's left over. And over here in America, we got to pay for our medical coverage, right?
Yep.
So let's take that 3.5% and give it to the people.
Yeah, we pay top dollar.
Yeah. Tell NATO, fuck you. We don't have to protect you.
Oh, sidebar.
You need us. You got to pay for it. You got to pay for us.
Sidebar panel. What's up, guys? I didn't mean not to greet you guys. What's up, Tony, man? Both Tonys, Pops. Good seeing you guys.
Yep.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, David Little.
Yeah, it was a mistake to not leave NATO. Trump was talking about that in his 2016 campaign, and we should leave the UN, the United Nations. We should leave NATO, all that shit.
We should throw the UN out of Manhattan. Throw them out.
Yeah,
they're nothing but a bunch of
basically a victim, like a victim.
Yeah, throw them out. The Paris Agreement bullshit that they made them go in, and all this bullshit.
Zero foreign aid, including Israel. I hate the simping for Israel that America does. It's super retarded.
What type of hold does Israel really have on America like that for us to simp that hard?
They're crazy. I've read into it. They're basically, I think
Kazarian Mafia. That's who's there.
No, because they basically they have nukes and they're willing to use them if they don't get what they want. Not against America, but like against whatever
The Arab
Pakistan or
countries,
Palestine,
yeah.
shit around there. And if you look into the history of how Israel since like the 1970s, you'll see why. You'll see why they do this shit and why a lot of the Republicans cuck. I don't think we should though. Fuck them. Let them go do their own thing. I got no problem with them, but like America should do zero foreign aid to any nation, including Israel and every other country on the planet. Zero. Not a little bit, not a lot, nothing.
Because it's funny, we give so much, but they come and take a lot at the same time. Not saying, it's a bad thing. You got to help people, do what you can, but we got to start helping ourselves, as a country right now. We're falling apart. It's on our own merits, you know what I mean? At the same time.
Well, that's not our choice, though. That's our administration's choice. They're opening up borders. I mean, they're just pouring in hell into this country. What these guys did in 1 year, they should all be put in jail, and more than that. They're traitors. They're all traitors to the country.
On the last stream, I did bring up Israel, and Israel is involved in everything more than people think.
Way more.
There's a lot of money. They have a lot of pull. Their technology is super advanced.
Yep.
And there's a reason for that. I won't get into that, but that's just a fact. Everything does trace back. Almost every war will trace back to Israel. And a lot of people don't want to recognize that. And like I said, I did bring that up later in the stream because it was at the top of my notes. And I was curious of what people had to say about it. Israel has more pull in world economics and world trade and basically in world power than people think. It's kind of like follow the money. I mean, that's what it's about. And that's where the big money is.
Absolutely.
As far as Putin goes, though, Tony, you mentioned him when I hopped on the stream. It reminds me a lot of the Jack Donovan's work with The Way of Men and like, looking at masculinity universally and objectively. Mm-hmm. And Jack Donovan's way of putting it is Darth Vader. Nobody says Darth Vader from Star Wars is a pussy. And nobody right now, I think, can with a level head say that Putin is a pussy or that he's effeminate or a beta male. This is all nonsense.
Oh, hell no. He's masculine.
That guy wrestled the polar bear or some shit. Like he's crazy, actually.
I gotta say hi to somebody right here, and that's Woody Johnson.
Woody the Savage.
You know what I gotta do, Woody?
Little Woody Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah. But with Putin, man, I got a lot of. I mean, I know he's done some bad shit, and I don't support that. But he seems to protect his country and try to do right by the Russian people, independent of the consequences necessarily. So
that's what I see. Also, I see that he cares about his people.
That's better than what you can say about the West. The Canada and America and Britain. These people are all scum who hate their country. Really,
this guy in Canada is the worst of the worst. This guy in Canada.
Trudeau.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy. I don't know who's worse, him or Biden. I think Trudeau's worse because he's sane. I think Biden just don't know what he's doing. Period. I think he's a puppet anyway.
Canada is just not in any equation.
No, they're not no powerhouse. They're not a powerful country.
They're just nothing, and he's just. I mean, Trudeau he's just a very
bullying his own people. That's all.
He's just a very feminine man, is all he is.
Oh, for sure.
Beta male.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beta.
If you want to think of the archetype of beta male, I think Trudeau.
Yeah.
Or Newsom, either one of the two.
Yeah. I mean, I think
I'll go with Trudeau first, though.
I mean, I think the worst of the worst. Putin, and one of the things that I've followed, and I've followed him actually for quite a few years. One of the things he is, and he's a judoka. He's a judo guy like myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a rough sport. Even into his later years here, he still trains. I mean, you look at these videos of him shooting those big 50 caliber, guns, and I mean, the guy he's just a warrior. Period.
Putin,
I think he was.
He's definitely an alpha. There's no in between.
He was KGB, if I'm correct.
Yeah. He was like the head of it, I believe, at one point.
Yes.
Yeah, and those guys are not pushovers.
Those are the guys that make things. He's one of those type of guys that make things disappear.
You know,
He was actually head of the KGB.
Yeah. We look at the news, and what we're seeing is what the news is showing us is what they're showing is the small wins by the Ukraine. We're seeing any little small win by the Ukraine is what we're seeing. Just like that little chopper video that I played at the beginning.
Yeah.
That's a small win. What they're trying to do is they're just trying to tell us that it's going to be okay. Ukraine's going to get through this. And I truly don't think it's going to happen.
Not even close. What they're doing is it's a frame. They're framed. This is it's a fake. It's a completely fake narrative that Ukraine might win and all that. It's totally nonsense. And Russia knows it.
Didn't they take over their sorry to cut you off, Anthony. Didn't they take over one of the nuclear facilities or whatnot?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they captured the hell out of that.
From what I understand, it's taken out. In other words, the Ukrainian scientists are still running the plant, but it is now basically
seized.
Owned and seized by Russia.
And what about Ukraine's president? He's a clown. This guy's a comedian. He's not a real politician.
He was installed.
He don't even wear a tie and a shirt. He goes with a T-shirt in front of the like in front of the European Council. He's there with a fucking T-shirt talking on the screen. I'm like, can't this guy dress like a president? I mean, you know, you got to play the part a little bit. This guy's a clown.
Yep. They're all
and
clowns,
he's an actor. He's actually a real good actor. Like he's been in comedy movies and shit. He's acting right now. That guy.
Yeah.
It's all an act. This is like a show right now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're playing Rocky 3, somebody said. Put in Drago. I love
it. Rocky 4, yep.
Now, here's the real question, though, that we should talk about. Like
John Boston, it's funny you said this because I think I said that on the last stream. I do remember this Seinfeld to where I think they were playing what's the board game? I can't remember the board game. But anyways, he had said, yeah, the Ukraine is weak. He's feeble. And then there happened to be a Ukrainian on the subway with him, and they knocked the game. I forget what game it was, but yeah, I do remember that skit on Seinfeld. Absolutely. That's funny because, yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of corruption in Ukraine, too. A lot of it.
There's a lot of money run through there, too. Like a lot of dirty money runs through there.
I mean, you remember with Biden in there with the oil with his kid and all that bullshit. I mean, they had a whole thing going on. And then,
they swept that in the closet.
How about when they had a warrant out for the father's arrest?
Yeah.
The Ukraine's attorney general had a warrant out for, retard. Well, I don't know what to call him. I don't even want to say that. Whatever you want to call him. They had a warrant out for his arrest. So they got rid of that regime real quick, and they put in their own puppet.
Oh, you mean with Hunter Biden? Yeah, I remember.
No, they had a warrant out for the father, not the son.
Oh, wow.
And this is when he was going in as president.
Isn't Putin supposedly is on the FBI's 10 most wanted list now, correct?
Good God.
That's funny, though, if he is. Let me check.
Yeah.
They claim he's the richest man in the world. It's just that he hides the money.
I think it was Lindsey Graham who had said something about it.
Lindsey Graham.
Somebody should take him out. It'd be the best.
Yeah, what senator ever said that ever? And I never heard of. He said he should get a sack. Like he's
that guy is biggest. He's the biggest rhino Republican fruitcake.
Big time.
Yeah, Lindsey needs to get punched in the stomach. I can't stand Lindsey.
What about the guy from Kentucky? You think he's a rhino? I don't know. I like that guy. What's his name?
Why is that dude?
Rand Paul?
No, the guy from Kentucky. He has he talks with a hill.
That's Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell. They're both from Kentucky.
All right, wait, hold on.
Oh, you're talking about the guy that was stopped by the police. That video?
No,
that's the guy running for Congress. He's in Florida. That's right.
No, not that guy. Senators. What the heck is his name? I love him, man. I forgot his.
I'm 100% positive the two senators from Kentucky are Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, you're right on that. You're right on that, Anthony.
Mitch McConnell. Maybe that's who it is. Hold on, let me see if that's.
You mean
he's got a weird looking face. He's like an older guy,
like a turtle.
Yeah. Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell. I didn't know his name, but I love that guy.
No, I don't like him no more. I mean,
did he do anything bad? Because he gets up there and he's like abuses them.
Yeah, he was playing with the Trump people for a while, but I think he was just playing along. He's not as bad as like a Mitt Romney or something like that, but I don't trust him like a Rand Paul or a Trump or DeSantis or anything. Nothing close to that for sure.
Oh no, Rand Paul is definitely not on board with them at all.
Yeah, which I
He's
love.
he's like one of their worst nightmares. Him and the guy from Arizona, I think, Jordan goes after them too.
Jim Jordan. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Carlo, I see you backstage, but it says, I don't know who you are, but it says your devices are not connected.
But Trump, the one thing that's bothering me about Trump is that he was pushing this.
Yeah.
It's really haunting me.
I'm not that worried about it. I know some people got mad about that. He doesn't talk about it anymore, I think. So
well, and if you notice, he don't do it anymore, but he used to do this all the time in his speeches. And you can tell me whatever you want. When you're doing this, that's the 666. Okay, that's a Mason. So he stopped doing it though.
Well, I know there's a video of Anthony sitting like this with his hands.
Oh, he does. Well, Trump does that all the time, but I could show you
of Anthony Johnson. Somebody pointed that out too. That
I could show you him making horns.
Is that the Illuminati or?
Look, you don't make if you're the president, you don't make these signs for no reason. They're not doing it as a joke to be cute.
The only goofy thing I heard this week about the Russian-Ukraine thing, about the whole soldier girls, the Ukrainian women swiping on the Russian soldiers, and the content creator was laughing. He said, well, they got a bunch of masculine dudes coming in there. It's an age-old practice. We are conquering, when the warlords come and conquer the area, they're going to take the next alphas, and they're the Russian men.
Yep.
I mean, they don't have time to be on freaking Tinder during the heated battle.
But I think the Ukrainian men are alphas too. They're out there fighting.
I felt they got the raw deal of the stick, though. It was like, oh, here's a gun.
Yeah. A lot of them are giving up, man. That Snake Island shit, that ended up being 83 guys and all of them surrendered. I don't blame them. What are they fighting for? They love their country, but there's not like a mission and there's not a leader to actually do something. It's it's like pointless
to lead the charge.
They're probably better off with Russia anyway.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, dude. Now Ukrainian women are gorgeous too, and the Russians would probably just take all them. That's what I would do. If I was
I see your boyfriend. Don't worry about boyfriend. He no problem.
You're gonna see Putin with like a harem in his $1 billion palace that he has on the Black Sea.
They better move on. Boris is moving in.
My biggest thing though is even the thumbnail of the show is about World War III, and I don't think Putin wants to start World War III, but unless he's compromised.
These Western elites do.
Yeah, they do, and they're fucking stupid and crazy. Hillary Clinton was known for this very well.
They're evil,
and she's part of this whole deep state military-industrial complex, shadow government, Illuminati, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't care.
Right?
They're really insane.
You're like me, Tony. You call it the same way, whatever you want to call it. Elites, global, anything.
Yeah.
They're evil. That's it.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter so much what we call them. It can be important, but what matters is America. What matters is human life. So whatever these enemies are, and whatever the little fucking names are, whatever fucking games they play,
they're against us, the Americans. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Biden's with Obama there. All them years with Obama hated America more than anybody.
They're against free people everywhere, though. America is just the main target because we're so free. We have so many guns, and we have this attitude of go fuck yourself kind of shit. The Canadian people have this far less than we do, in Australia and Britain and stuff like that. They're too polite. They're even more beta than we are, which is really bad.
I think maybe they want to nuke us because that's the only way they're going to get this country.
They'll nuke half the fucking planet to depopulate it. They're sick, man. These people they want to save the trees, so those nuke 3 billion people. They don't give a fuck.
There's an evil agenda behind it, though. I know you may not be into what I'm into, but there's spiritual shit going on in these people. I'm telling you,
they're evil.
They're real evil. There's more to the story. I think some of them, maybe even the fallen and their shapeshifters. I mean, these people are really what? How do you want to just kill people like millions? I mean, what normal person? I mean, it's crazy.
It's a 3D chess game, man. At that level.
Man.
It's a 3D chess game up there, man. That's what it is.
I'm curious.
There has to be some good guys too, though.
I asked this same question last week, and I'm curious if people's opinion have changed. I asked the question on how long do we think this is going to go on? Now, again, my answer to that question was, I said maybe 2 years or so, and that's possibly the reality of what's going on. I'm curious what the chat says. Let's go to Tony Johnson. How long do you think this Russia invasion, this Russian-Ukraine conflict will last?
If it doesn't expand to a conflict with NATO officially, like actually kinetic, I think 1 month. It's not going to last long. They're going to smoke. They're going to continue smoking, which is what they're doing. Everything with Clown World, everything with the fake news and the Western media and the mainstream media, it's not only wrong and false, it's the exact inverted opposite of reality. So all this propaganda propping up Ukraine and the ghost of Kiev and the cuck of Kiev, Jack Murphy, right, and whatever the fuck, that's not only wrong, it's the opposite of what's going on. They're getting slaughtered. Maybe not killed by the masses, but they're surrendering. Russia's getting all their fucking goals. Ukraine has their military is collapsing. That's the reality of it. It's the opposite of what the media is presenting to you.
That's right. Well, you're saying, and I agree with you, because what you've seen, especially over the past week, now we're into the second week. What you've seen is what you're seeing the news saying is they're holding the line. They're holding the line, and we're not seeing that. We're seeing them now on the south taking over all the port cities. Yep. They're doing what they said they were going to do, but the media is telling us that they're not doing that.
I have something to add though. Where was I going with this? So specifically, Russia got bogged down in Afghanistan in the 80s, and they didn't like that. That was the Soviets, but they're aware of their history. I think Putin is intelligent enough and has enough command over his own military and his own country to not repeat obvious mistakes of history, like getting bogged down, like Biden and the West want him to. Like they don't want that. I don't think they're gonna let that happen. They don't want to be in Ukraine for fucking 20 months or 20 years like America was in Afghanistan. They have every intention not only to win, but to win fast and move on to whatever other goals they have. Who knows what's happening? Maybe they have more goals beyond this. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe that's why they're holding all the military back for an offensive purpose rather than defensive. Maybe China now is going to invade fucking tomorrow to Taiwan. Maybe that was the plan all fucking along, to team up with China. Certainly the West has been pushing Russia too to do that now, with all the economic stuff, collapsing the currency, going after the people. Like, I'll shut up for a minute, but I don't think it's going to be long, man. Like, these motherfuckers are on it, and they're not bogged down by bureaucracy. They're not bogged down by trans crap in the military. They're not bogged down by women in the military or whatever the fuck. Russian men run their country. They're not run by women and fat women and Karens. Mm-hmm. And they're not run by, and Putin doesn't have Alzheimer's. Mm-hmm. The whole situation is just a huge cluster fucking retarded. Except with Russia, like, they're not retarded. They're doing whatever the fuck they want, and they're getting the shit done.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this on the last stream about Putin, how the news, I was watching it on Fox, and I'm like, am I really watching this? But they were saying how he looks bloated. They were saying he's had facial reconstruction surgery. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it.
I know.
Yeah.
They took pictures of him.
Yeah, and I don't know how true that is, if it's true at all. But what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I mean, really, if it is true, so what? He
ain't bloated. He was just eating too much lobster tails that night. The iodine and shit and seafood, blows you up a little bit. He had too much caviar. Nah, look, I personally think I think this thing's gonna last maybe another month, to 2 months. And if Russia decides they want that country right next door that ain't part of NATO, I forgot the name of that country. They may go in there. That may trigger a little. If Putin don't stop and he takes Ukraine, now he wants that country to the right of Ukraine. I forgot what's the name of that country.
There's a couple around.
They're scared
Ukraine.
shit. Anyway, they're scared shit that Putin's coming for them too.
The other Slavic countries.
Yeah,
it's Moldavia or something. Is that the one you're thinking of?
But I think, something. I think it begins with a C. Hold on, let me see. Ukraine, a map of
Czechoslovakia.
I'll tell you the name of it. Hold on.
Yeah, Moldova. That's Moldova.
Moldova.
That's the one.
But I think Belarus. I think
Belarus.
I don't think
Belarus is they're tight with Russia.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're part of NATO though, so that's good.
Oh hell no, yeah. Belarus is like
Moldova too.
Lukashenko runs Belarus. He's even more hardcore than Putin, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
he is.
I think though the West can instigate Putin to make this thing, last until we get rid of this administration, because it seems like they're really instigating in their corner in Putin with all these sanctions. I mean, these sanctions are out of control. You got EA Sports, a video game company, taking the Russian code out. I mean, taking the code out of the computer, the video game, and getting rid of all the Russian teams. Like stupid shit.
UPS is not even delivering.
Netflix, like who gives a shit about Netflix?
Like Tuesday's talking about Poland. This was the thought that I have. Now, it seems like they want to get airplanes and everything from Poland. Do you think Poland could be attacked also by Russia?
They'll give them a way better fight than Ukraine. I can tell you that.
Yeah, the Poles are not going to put up with any of this shit, dude. They'll fight to the death.
They got a lot of airplanes, Poland.
The Poles.
They're part of NATO, though. But they're part of NATO.
I think so, yeah. But
you go to Poland, NATO's getting involved.
Dude, Poland fucking hates Russia, and they fucking hate them. So you have no. I've been there, man. They hate Russians.
Poland hates the New World Order. They basically Poland. They threw out all their politicians at one point in Poland, not too long ago, and they put new politicians in. Like they overthrew their government. They got rid of them. They don't They're not into the communism. They're not into the New World Order shit. Hungary's the same way. They're not into this New World Order shit. They're not buying for it. They're not going for it. Hungary, their president, all he cares about is the family unit. Like this guy is so family oriented. He's passing all these laws there. Those countries, they're not for the New World Order at all. Even their money, they don't want their banking system in their countries. Russia did that too, though. Russia took out the central banks. The Rothschilds. He took them out. He told them, "Get out of my country. I don't want you guys."
But you know what else people forget? We're talking about all these fights and this and that. What's possible? Look, man, Europeans fucking kill. Russia is only partly in Europe, but Europeans basically just kill each other a lot. This is a tale that's thousands of years old. They just kill each other all the time.
They do,
and that's that. Our founding fathers understood this. They encourage us to stay the fuck out of that shit, and that's pretty much been the right move, like all the way since then. But people don't want to hear that shit, and they're too fucking stupid, like little sheep, to think big picture about how the world history operates and works. And yeah, Europeans just fucking kill each other all the time. Like civil war, cannibalism, genocide, world wars, whatever the fuck. They just kill each other all the time. That's the basic operating mode of Europe. They have peace for a little bit and they fucking kill everybody. And they have peace and everybody kills each other. This is how this shit works.
But we have a compromised government. That's the problem. Right now, America's not America. I mean, but it's real bad now.
Do you think Europe is like that because there's so many different nationalities and races all in one small section?
Maybe.
You think about Ireland and Scotland. You think about, Britain and Scotland. You think about all the wars that they've had there.
France. It's really old. It's really old too, though.
It's one like huge family squabble.
Very old, but there's so many different nationalities that clash on everything. And probably the one major factor on why they clash is going to be religion. Period. That's usually what the wars in Europe are started over.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think so, because most of Europe's Christian. I think it's more over money and stuff.
There's Catholic. Think of like Ireland, Catholic and Protestants.
Yeah.
They
versus England. Yeah.
Well, most of Europe is Catholic now. They're Christian, heavy duty Catholic in Europe. Italy's heavy duty Catholic. France is heavy duty Catholic. England, I don't know if how much.
Yeah, but they've been getting invaded by the Muslims, man. There's a lot of Muslims, man, especially in France.
Oh yeah,
that's past 20 years. That's been changing hardcore, man.
And it's done intentionally too.
Well, I was seeing a thing that within like 10 to 15 years, Italy will no longer be Italian.
I believe.
Wow. When I was in Italy about 10 years ago, and even in like Milan, which is a big city there, there wasn't a whole lot of Italians there.
Yeah.
The Italians live in the suburbs. They don't even want to live in the cities no more. That's how bad they are, the cities in Italy. You know?
That's
yeah,
brutal.
Europe's probably just gonna snap and they're just gonna fucking deport or kill everybody, man. That's probably what'll happen. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, Europe is such a hotbed of like crazy. I wanted to say this too, man. In America, we live in this safe space bubble. Like, everything has been so safe for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the average American has no idea how hard, like, Russians had it when the Soviet Union collapsed. The Poles went through hardcore communism until the Soviet Union collapsed.
Yeah.
Like, real poverty. Their grandparents went through genocide and cannibalism. Like, America, even World War II, American casualties were a fraction of what the Soviets died. Millions of Soviets died in combat compared to a couple 100,000 Americans. I'm not downplaying our grandfathers that fought in World War II. It's that the Russians or the Soviets, whatever, exponentially had more blood loss and bloodshed with fighting the Germans and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I do like they had the one thing I do like the Russians had. They had the home field advantage. No one could run up on them because they had that frozen wasteland. No one could run up on them like that.
Well, that was Hitler's biggest mistake.
Yeah, he was too stupid to learn from Napoleon. Napoleon set an example for how fucking crazy that was and retarded.
Yep.
But yeah, so that's what when I think about like Russia and the Russian people, like I think why this American stuff is happening. We're canceling video games from Russia, and we're gonna cancel Netflix from Russia. Like, this is so.
That's doing them a favor. Sorry to cut you off, Anthony.
That's actually is doing them a favor. They don't have to get corrupted by this bullshit.
But these are hard people who live in a harsh country and have for a long fucking time. This is beyond meaningless for most of it. I mean,
they don't give a shit.
Yeah, and Americans are so fucking soft. We don't understand that. That's why this warmongering shit happens.
Like in Russia, they have wood stoves in their houses. They don't even need electric.
Yeah,
they can heat up their buildings with wood stoves. America,
but this is most of the world, man. It's not just Russia. Like in Africa and South America, like people live in shit, man. Yeah, and America is and maybe that's what needs to happen. Is this whole fucking house of cards of the new Rome has to fall and fucking burn for all this fucking woke feminist trans fucking garbage to go out the fucking window, and all these corrupt politicians to go in the fucking ocean. Or we dump them all to Canada or something. Get anywhere but here. Get the fuck out of here, like all of them.
We should put them on Epstein's Island and let them all sodomize each other.
Yeah. Maybe we do some like Escape from New York, Escape from LA shit. Like those movies. Like maybe we just dump them all to New York. Sorry, buddy, Pop's here in New Jersey nearby.
Don't worry about it. I don't even want to be here. I'm moving to Florida.
I'm moving. If they're gonna be doing death basketball, I'm done. No,
I'm going to Florida anyway, just because of the weather. I lived in Florida.
That's where are you now?
Well, I was at my son's, for about a year, okay. And now I'm with my sister in Jersey.
Oh wow! Okay, wow.
And she wants to move to Florida too, but she has a really good business. But we're working on it. In a couple of months, we're going to be looking to move down there, maybe buy a small townhouse or something.
Well, Pops, reach out to me through my email and I'll talk to you privately.
Yeah, we're looking at like Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, not to go to Fort Lauderdale. I know Florida well. I lived in Miami, but like to Vera Beach, all that stuff over there. The West Coast, West Palm. I don't know what area you're in, Tony, but we're looking near the
East Coast.
Okay, we're looking near the water.
Yeah. Can't get any closer to the water than where I am at.
Yeah. I lived in Miami, and I didn't like Miami.
No.
Now you won't like it now, man.
Florida is really where you want to move. Bob.
If you don't speak Spanish in Miami, you're like a foreigner. Miami's it's Spanish. I mean, I speak Spanish because I lived in the DR for 5 years. I almost want to go back there because that country's awesome.
I mean, even Jesse is packing up in California and moving to Florida at the end of the year.
California,
wow,
sucks.
Yeah, everyone's. It's a mass exodus right now because New York is like that. I've just been seeing. I live in PA. I've been seeing a lot of New York licenses in this area.
Well, the real estate's going up like crazy in Florida. I think the real estate. It's what's in DeSantis. But if DeSantis ain't there, who's going to be the governor? That's the problem.
Yeah, I think DeSantis will be on for a while, or someone that he appoints. There's no way he's losing this upcoming election. I know that. Now it might not hold forever. I don't know.
But if
But
Trump don't run, he's the guy. They said it. They got to have him.
oh, for sure. Yeah.
You know?
I was at CPAC, last weekend, and the only one who even broke double digits was DeSantis, besides Trump. Trump killed it, 60% of the vote, which is insane.
Right.
But DeSantis got like 20 or 28 or something like that, which is really good. Everyone else got like 1%. So it was not even close, including Pence. Pence, no one gives a fuck about Pence.
Pence. They should put that guy on the island too.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
Linwood.
Yeah, the attorney guy. Yeah.
He called him out on TV and said what he called him. I don't want to say it on Tony's show. So he called him what he called him, and he said, "If you want to take me to court, do it, because I have the evidence."
Yeah, but Linwood, I don't like Linwood, man. I think he's crazy. Like I used to look at what he said, but
they never went. But they never went after him.
Linwood?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with that. That ended up being a huge mess with that guy. I don't know about that guy, man. Looking at what happened to him since. Oh, but yeah, Pence. They don't give a fuck about that defamation and stuff.
Like Pence didn't go after. Listen, if you're calling somebody what he called Pence, if it wasn't true, they would have went after Linwood. You know what I mean? They would have went after him, but they didn't go after Linwood because he called them out.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no in between. Pence got called what he got called. It was, and he just stood
there.
The
thing is, when you're in that upper echelon of government, you have a special card that you get a pass. Period.
Yeah.
There's very few people that don't get a pass. You can pretty much, when you get up in that type of that high in the government, you can pretty much do what you want.
He did
you
get
are
a pass.
not going to jail.
Right.
And that's just a fact. I mean, we've experienced that. There should have been a lot of people in jail. The people they're putting in jail are the people, from
Hillary. Hillary should be in there. Obama should be in there. They all should be in there, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're too powerful. They're untouchable, Tony.
And
That's basically what it is.
It has to do with money and
power.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's much deeper than money. I mean, it has to do with balls. This country has been so beta-tized and effeminate, and it's run by fat women and Karens and feminism and this bullshit and abortion and this fucking shit.
Yep.
It's comes down, man. This is why I focus so hard with 21. It's convention studios doesn't matter on masculinity and femininity and stuff, like men being men and women being women, because everything comes back down to that in a given culture and in a given people, because that's the foundation of everything. The relationship between men and women. And if men are going to act like men and women are going to act like women.
That's right.
Why do you think Putin is like this? Because Russian people are hard. They have no tolerance for feminism there and all that fucking crap. The gay stuff, the trans crap, none of it. I'm not saying I agree with everything that they do. Some of it, I'm sure, goes too far. But the hostility to feminism is wonderful. And they need that to not fall apart into this woke shithole like we do. They look at us like we're retarded. And I don't blame them.
Let's put it this way. A Russian boy is not going to go to school in Russia and be told he could say he wants to identify as a girl. That ain't happening.
Or if he wants to chop his dick off for how
right.
like the parents.
It ain't happening.
In America, me and Tony know a guy, Jeff Younger, where the mother is trying to like castrate her son with the government approving it and shit. It's insane.
Yeah. Insane.
Like this should be shit. This kind of shit used to get you literally strung up on a pole and burned. Or tarred and feathered, like no questions asked, because it's insane. It's insane, and it's anti-life and anti-humanity.
Yeah, when I spent time talking with Jeff and Arthur Quan Lee at 21 one evening. We sat at the table and had drinks, and you cannot imagine what this guy has gone through and how strong he is. For what he's going through and his story. All you have to do is look up Jeff Younger on just look up Jeff Younger, just search him and you'll find out everything you need to know. Yeah. But I'm trying to get the right word. I'll even say the masculinity that this guy has. You can see, when I talk to Jeff, you could see the pain in his eyes, but you didn't see a weak man. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Incredibly strong guy that is fighting for his son like you've never seen.
Yep.
And I couldn't imagine anybody going through what he's going through. But he's taking it to the next level. He's running for, what is he running for, Anthony? I forget.
State Congress in Texas.
Yes, state congressman. Same thing with Ian Smith, right, in Jersey.
No, he's
Correct?
running for federal Congress.
Federal Congress, yeah.
Yeah, United States Congressman. Ian, so it's each one's different, but they're both important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Ian Smith, man, if he wins, he'll be like the absolute foil to the AOC.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, super feminist, you know, 29-year-old bartender retard. Ian is an entrepreneur. He's a business owner. He is masculine as fuck, and he is a man. And that is, I mean, he really, I think he does an excellent job bearing. He gets the. He's like he would be like a manosphere congressman. Like, he fucking gets it. He gets masculinity. He gets the collapse of the family. He gets how fucking retarded feminism is. He connects the dots in ways that are probably 10 to 20 years ahead of even the most base conservative right now. Like, he's light years ahead of, because he's connected to the manosphere and he's connected to culture more widely. You know, these other politicians, even the best ones, are usually just fucking clueless. And that's if they're even paying attention.
I'll tell you, Trump's an alpha.
What do you want?
You don't think so, Tone?
Son? Oh, absolutely.
I think Trump's a super alpha. He's fucking. Never by the, you know. I mean, when a guy says shit like that in the locker room, you gotta love him.
Yeah. What's happening is his wife is trying to change him into a girl. Basically.
I believe it. She's probably putting a lot of estrogen in his food,
dressing him up, all sorts of things. Now, Jeff
making him eat a lot of soy.
Yeah, Jeff showed me great videos of. Now, Jeff was a boxer. He's a judo guy. He's a martial artist. A great guy. But he showed me videos of his son boxing, and we're talking like, I think he's 10 years old. Incredible. I mean, this is a little boy. This is a kid who you could see in these videos wants to be a boy. But the mom is so twisted that she can dress him up as a girl and send him to school. Things like that. I mean,
that's what's happening.
This is just.
Yeah, but the father lets her do that?
He doesn't have a choice.
Oh, he's divorced?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well,
and that's crazy you mentioned that, Tony, because that's what's happened with Charlize Theron and her adopted African sons.
I'd probably be in
like
jail.
Girls. That was insane. I'm like, why isn't no one saying anything about that? Sending them. I saw this recently. You know the actress Charlize Theron.
What do you got, a massage chair, Pops?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Yeah, I was wondering why he was shaking.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus.
No, let me shut it.
I thought maybe that Parkinson's was setting in. I'm like, whoa.
No, that's a massage chair. Okay. I actually got a foot massager too.
Oh, man.
But I like Tony, by the way, Anthony. I like Tony Johnson because he sounds like me, but says it a lot classier. Like, everything he says, I've said. You can go play my bit.
I'm not used to getting the classy part. That's new for me. I'm usually the bombastic asshole.
Listen to this accent. Yeah, I mean,
well,
you know.
I'm gonna pitch something right now, you guys. Like, when we talk about a lot of these guys, like Ian Smith and Jeff Younger, these guys are all speakers at 21, and this is a part of what 21 does also, is bring these guys that you've seen on the news, guys that are guys were speakers at this past 21. So, you know, this is what 21 brings to you. It's not just, it's not just talking about women and feminism and all that. There are different parts of it. It is a lot of people that are truly fighting the good fight. And like I say, at 21, you can sit like I did with Jeff Younger or Ian Smith and have a drink and talk to these guys in person and get inside their head. There's not too many places you can do that. Mm-hmm. It's 4 days of just incredible bonding with men and talking about men, not just men's issues. We also have the 22 convention for women, the mansplaining event of the century. But, I would encourage any guy to check it out for sure. I'm not sure. Is there pre-sale tickets right now on sale for 21?
There is still tomorrow night. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you can bring a friend free. Go to 21studios.com and pre-order is at the top. Bring a friend free.
What is it in Florida?
Yeah, Orlando in October.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, best part of the state, man. We ain't no shithole like Miami, you know.
No, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean
Only-
Miami's got its beauty and stuff, but it's so different from
it's
America.
so
It's like not even like America.
Yeah, no, it's like Little Havana almost, but it's so
There's-
overrated too. It's
There's a little
overrated.
comment for you, Anthony.
Yeah, TikTok kangaroo videos. I got a new video coming out tomorrow of my
be right
girlfriend made a new video. It's awesome. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna just cover the screen here. I just want to make sure this is John Steele. Hang on one second here. I hate to have to do this, but I really do, just in case people know who I've had on. John Steele, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Don't worry, no penis shots.
All right.
What's up, John Steele?
Good. I have to do that. Well, John Steele, it's been a while, man. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, how's it going, everybody?
Hey, what's up, John? It's been a long time, man.
Yeah, John, you always have some great input, man. Yeah, tell me your thoughts on the Russian Ukraine. I'm sure you've got some great input.
Yeah, Putin is a nationalist. He's looking. I caught a little bit of what Tony had said earlier. I was kind of in and out. I'm actually making dinner, guys. So if I hop away for a second, I got to check the stove. Putin is a nationalist. He's doing what he believes is in the best interest of his people. Now, I've been following Putin's career since probably 9/11, and if you look at what the state of Russia was in the 1990s under Boris Buy Me a Drink Yeltsin and what he did to that country, totally bankrupting it. And you look how Putin, being so strategic and taking a country that was in massive financial debt to the point where they actually have a surplus. I think they have more gold in their reserves per capita than any nation in the world. They have more natural resources than any country in the world. The simple truth is that we need them a hell of a lot more than they need us. If he wanted to, he could just turn off the tap on the oil, natural gas, and wheat. Combined, Russia and Ukraine control 1/3 of all wheat exports in the world. He could let the fucking world starve to death.
Yep. Well put, man. Like,
buy a lot of oil from Russia, though. It's all bullshit.
We buy oil from Russia, but the United States has the ability to be completely independent energy-wise if we so chose.
We only buy 2% from Russia, though. It's all bullshit to raise our prices, inflate us.
Well, yes and no, because the oil price is not just our oil price is affected by what everybody else is paying. That's just the way the markets work.
That makes sense. Yep.
So it's not quite that simple, but we're going to see extreme rises in food prices as well, because a lot of the precursors to agricultural fertilizers are derived from Russia.
Yeah,
things like potash.
Putin controls that too. He's got like 50% of that nitrate ammonia or something that they need for fertilizer.
Phosphorus, nitrogen, all those precursors you need to make fertilizer.
Yep.
So that's going to affect that's going to affect food here. I mean, farmers are just going to say
big time.
Yeah, not just the price of grains; it's a price of beef, because where do you think all that feed comes from for your cows and your chickens? So this is all a bunch of look, man.
We're going to pay $10 a pound for chopped meat. Watch.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Pretty
steak
much.
right now is insane in certain places. Yeah. I made lasagna, what am I saying? Meatloaf not too long ago. I was like, fuck me. I was like, it was like the price.
You know what? I haven't seen the incredible food price increase. I don't know if that's just hit bigger cities or this whole mess. Think about what happened when DeSantis said, no, our ports are open. If you can't go there, come here. And that's what's happening. I know just off my beach across the street here, I've seen the full-on cargo ships just stacked out here because I'm probably, 30 miles from a port. And, they were just lined up out there for days and days and days and weeks. So I've never saw where I live, I never saw a whole lot of this whole, whatever you want to call it. I don't even like saying it, but
it's here.
Well, for example, gas prices where I live is Seattle. I think everybody already knows is $4.93 for regular.
Where do you live? New York?
Seattle. I was
Oh, okay.
raised. That's why I sound that way. I was born and raised in New York, though.
Yeah, you sound like a New Yorker, like me.
Yeah, it never goes away. You know,
No.
the first 25 years of my life.
It's
But
the
John-
accent or it's the accent or the attitude.
Yeah, right.
It's probably both. Yeah. But John, you know, what I was going to say is this is all done this is all being done intentional.
I don't. You
the
mean
whole Biden administration?
Well, I think the Biden administration is milking it just to take away, you know, it's like just to take the focus off the disaster that has been the Biden administration. I wouldn't say that they're pulling the strings because Putin dances to his own drum, not Washington.
No, but they put all those sanctions on him on purpose. They want him to do what he's going to do. They're forcing him. They're cornering him. But I never seen this many sanctions.
Yes and no. I mean, like the SWIFT sanctions, a lot of people don't understand what SWIFT is and stuff like that. I know what it is. But yeah, no, I'm sure you do. But the idea that the real victims of the sanctions will not be the United States. It'll be, you know, like I heard a joke, like the United States will the Russians underestimate our reserve. We will fight until every single Ukrainian is dead.
I'm sorry.
And so the United States just is trying to weaken Russia in the sense of the propaganda war and turning this on them. But look, Putin has the world by the balls, because think about it this way. Think of all the options he has geopolitically. He could say, guys, you really want to fuck with me? All right. I mean, it's an interesting thing. I think it was Netanyahu, whoever the president of Israel is, actually flew to have a private meeting with Putin in Moscow. And this was kept on the down low until he was already there, because Putin could just say, all right, guys, you want to play ball? All right, you know what? I'm going to give the Iranians a nuke. Let's see how you handle that.
Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, just think of the million things he can do. He could say, oh, really? All right, you want to? I'll just give him a nuke. I mean, they have a right to independence, right? You know, we want to form an alliance. We want to form a nuclear alliance with Iran. They chose to join the Russian Federation Defense Pact, just like you said the Ukrainians have a right to self-determination.
Right.
So we're going to move our mobile intermediate range ballistic missiles, nuclear tipped, into Iran. What are you going to do about it? Trust me, people go, oh yeah, forget about Ukraine. Or right. Most people don't know this. Russia shares a border with North Korea. You know, a land border with North Korea. Yep. He can do the same thing. So look, this is all bullshit. Russia's gonna win the war. There's nothing the United States can do to it. You got all these fucking blue checks on Twitter, you know, drumming the war drums and shit like that, trying to make hay.
Yep.
Russia's gonna win. Yeah. All right.
They're gonna just kick the shit out of them. Not even win. Kick the shit out of them. Slap them around.
And this whole thing could have been avoided. There's actually a good video that's on YouTube. You probably saw it trending, called "Why Ukraine is the West's Fault," and it was a speech gave by his name, I can't pronounce it. He may be dead by now, but he gave a speech in 2015, right after Russia annexed Crimea. And he explains all the nuance to this. And he said an interesting thing about Putin. He goes, Putin plays two sports, chess. Actually, no, he didn't say this. It was Jim Rickards who said this. Two sports, judo and chess. And it's true, you know. And some of the bullshit sanctions they put on Putin and Russia are ridiculous. Like Putin's honorary Taekwondo black belt was revoked.
Like he gives a shit, right?
Yeah, by the International fucking Taekwondo Association. Like,
about the feline cats.
Yeah, like they're banning the cats, you know, and you know, so most of this is just bullshit to make people feel good, so they can put a little fucking Ukrainian flag on their avatar. Go suck a dick.
Right.
So, you know, that's my feelings about it. Anyway, guys, I'll be back in a bit. You can kick me out and put someone else in.
I like John too. You got to get him on my show.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second, guys.
Him and Tony, forget it. We'll call ourselves the Three Musketeers. We'll kick ass.
Yeah, that guy was cool, man. He well spoken, well put.
Yeah, I again, you know, Anthony Johnson had brought Tony Johnson. I'm sorry, but had brought this up at the beginning that Russia's just gonna mow right through Ukraine, and that's
right.
I think they already did.
Yeah, done deal.
You're, but let me ask you guys a question. Why are they pushing the Ukraine propaganda that they're doing so well when they're not? Is that to make us feel better? I mean, why are they pushing that so hard?
Go back, repeat that, Tony. I was reading something.
I don't want to downplay the struggle that the Ukrainian people are going through.
Yeah.
But we also got to think of there's Russian people that are going through it also. There's people in Russia that live there that don't want this. They don't want, I mean, you got to think about it. If it's that close, again, there's family members, I'm sure.
Well, their currency is like collapsing too, man. They have serious problems in Russia right now. Netflix, like
their currency went boop, like it's worth a penny now. The ruble.
So, but what was the exact question, Tony? I'm sorry, where are you going with it?
Well, why are they pushing that everything's going to be okay?
They're pushing Ukraine's winning.
The fake news. Yeah. It's just some stupid game they're playing. Like they know that it's bullshit. The people pushing it anyway, or at least the people actually pulling strings. It's just war propaganda. I mean, it's. I guess when you're doomed, you just push the narrative that everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. It's retarded, is what it is. I mean, it's gonna hurt a lot more people by telling them that they're sending, like this guy John said. They underestimate America's resolve. They'll fight till every Ukrainian's dead. Like it's sick. These people are all, whether you believe in demons or lizard people or a cult or whatever the fuck, I don't give a shit. These people doing this shit, pushing the mainstream media buttons and the levers of power to fuck with all this shit, they're evil. They want people to die, and for whatever, so they can make a little bit more money, or who knows, whatever their fucking goals are. It's all just retarded.
Yep.
So there's no good purpose to that kind of propaganda. It's always going to be, it's sick and vicious. It's really vicious.
I think the propaganda. This is my opinion.
I think these guys are serial killers.
The propaganda is there to make us feel good. What they don't want is they don't want to harden us to the thought of war. They want to keep people soft. That's my opinion on it. In other words, they're not going to show you everything they really need to show you. And they're not going to give you the real scoop because they want us soft. Now, if they were showing what was really happening, I mean, we're watching in real time as Ukraine is being surrounded, okay? And they're saying everything's going to be all right. And I just don't see it. That's why I say when you watch, just shut the sound off. Do not listen. Just watch.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. I do that all the time now.
But in the case of this, like you end up watching a fucking video game about the ghost of Kiev. I mean, it was completely made up fucking bullshit. I was fucking with a friend of mine about when that story first came out. He just retired from the Air Force after 30 years. And he said, "Yeah, I heard about the ghost of Kiev," and I sent him a picture of the fucking. I said, "Yeah, I got a picture of the ghost of Kiev," and I sent him the picture of the female pilot that crashed the F-35 off the USS Carl Vinson. I said, "Yeah, I heard she got some training in the U.S. military." He goes, "Oh, did she really have 5 kills?" I said, "Yeah, unfortunately, they were all U.S. Navy personnel, but yeah."
Oh yeah. Some insanity.
He didn't like that, but
some of the propaganda. I mean, is that one video that came out today of the Russian fighter jet? I'm not sure if it was a fighter jet or a bomber being taken down. They just keep replaying it. And it reminds me of, I think it was the movie Reservoir Dogs, where if they beat you long enough, basically, you'll say you started the Chicago fire. I mean, if you just keep hearing it, it's like it reminds me of certain guys in the manosphere. They just keep saying the same thing over and over and over. And these guys,
there's like this guy I heard about that just keeps saying hypergamy. Yeah, I already wrote a book, and the whole book is just the word hypergamy written all over again. It's like, anybody remember that scene from Jack Nicholson in The Shining when the wife reads the book, all work and no play makes Jack
the dull boy. Yep.
That's what I never read it, so this is just rumor, but I heard if you read Rollo Tomasi's book that just says hypergamy all over it, that's what it is over and over again.
And like lame exposition.
It really is the same kind of thing. I mean, it's repetitiveness. When you turn on the news, it doesn't matter what channel you go to, you're seeing the same exact videos. So there's the only videos that they want you to see. You're going to tell me that there's nothing else coming out of the Ukraine or Russia right now? So they're feeding you what you want to see. Like I said, it reminds me of certain corners of the manosphere. Yeah. They just keep feeding you the same thing. And so you see it enough, you start believing it.
Well, there is a point you're making here, and I've said this about the internet marketing in general, like internet businesses, and especially manosphere frauds, but also the fitness industry and other crap online. The number one, the most effective way, it's the most scumbag way, and ultimately it's going to ruin your life. But if you want to make a lot of money online, the main thing, and if you're just a sick fuck and you don't give a fuck about anything else, the main thing you have to do is spoon feed bullshit to people that they already believe and that they want to believe, the lies.
Yeah.
They want to be told sweet lies about, in this case, in the manosphere, women are hoes, everything this, everything that. They're all fucking retarded. Hoes ain't shit. Red pill this, hypergamy that. Yeah, fuck women, fuck all this shit, right? It's all this negative shit that these burnt dudes want to hear. And if you spoon feed it to them and sell it to them for $5 or whatever, and you just tweak it a little bit, like 1%, like, oh, there's hope. I won't tell you how. There's no solutions, but there's hope. And everything's retarded and women are fucked and whatever, right? It's sick. And fitness is the same way. These marketers study what people believe. They actually study the stupid, nonsensical, irrational bullshit people believe about working out, and they package it into a product, and they just tweak it a little bit, and people buy it. Because people want to be sold what they already think. They don't want to be told. Like, I do the opposite. If I think something's retarded, I tell everybody it's retarded, and if you believe it, you're fucking retarded, and fuck you, and then buy and then pay me money. This is a very hard way to make money. Let me tell you. This makes people angry. It strikes cognitive dissonance and riles them up. Just like I've been going after Jordan Peterson lately, right? He's a big favorite of the manosphere. I'm like, no, he's a fucking dishonest, lying retard. He's crazy. And everyone loses their mind. His daughter's a complete whore. Oh, Anthony, you're a hater. You're crazy. No. I just tell people what the truth, and it makes them really fucking mad rather than what they want to hear. And that makes it makes it much more, it's like running uphill versus downhill. I'm like, no, I'll run uphill. That's the hard way to make money, and the hard thing to do is tell people the truth. They want to be sold these fucking lies, man.
Yeah, they just want to hear what they want to hear to make themselves feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of it too is think of as investment. People invest in their content creator, invest in this person that they've been following forever. And what they do, the reason they're going to disagree or get butthurt is because they've invested so much time into this person.
Yeah.
Okay? And then they don't want to say, you know what, I was wrong. I was one of the first ones to say I was wrong. I fell into the Rolex sphere. I fell into the church of hypergamy, okay, and realized that there was no end to it.
Exactly.
The end game was nothing but destruction, and there was no solution. And the fact that I fell out of that, and luckily I wasn't in it that long, really upset some people.
Yeah.
And that's too bad. That's too bad.
Because you broke the brainwashing loop, man.
Yeah.
He tries to hook people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's getting really serious now. They're trying to hook the young kids up, man, with these other guys, the other clowns, man. Yep. It's ridiculous. And like I always say, sorry to cut you off. I was gonna say, like I always say, what are you selling me? What are you selling here? You're selling what? It's like, you're selling something that's unsustainable. You can work out, you can get a girl, but how can I maintain this relationship? What, game my wife? Are you serious?
They're selling how to nurse your pain and keep it painful, man. It's really, these guys are evil, man. Some of these frauds, some of them are just buffoons and retarded, but some of them are really evil, man. Rolo is the easy one. It's fucking sick fuck, man. Predatory con artist.
To me, I don't know anything really about this dating coach shit, but here, in my opinion, anybody that needs a dating coach is ugly. Because if you're fucking good looking, that's number one. I didn't look like this when I was younger. I had no problems. I picked up more women than I could even handle. I mean, it was that crazy. So when people are sitting here hiring, that's what I used to look like when I was about 38. So
I think that was MLD.
When you're out there and you can't pick up a girl, it's because you're ugly. That's the bottom line. And now maybe you're ugly and fat. So you know what? Go to the gym and lose some weight. Stop being a fat pig. I had a kid. He was on my show one time and he's crying that he can't pick up. And he didn't want to turn the camera on. So I turned the camera on. I want to see what you look like.
Camera?
he turned his camera on. He was a big fat guy, right? So I go, buddy, you got to go to the fucking gym. You're fat. You're not picking up girls. You're not picking up 10s. You know, you want a 9 or a 10 or an 8 even, and you're like a 3. So you got to shoot for a 3.
Yeah.
Don't be shooting for an 8 if you're a 3. And this is the problem these kids have. They all, like ugly guys, want hot-looking girls. You ain't getting them.
Well, you gotta look at what's being pushed and the expectations created by a lot of this propaganda. Like we were talking about propaganda.
Well, women today are out of control. They want Brad Pitt that's hung like Johnny Holmes, and it's got like a couple of $1 million. They want the whole package. They want a rich guy hung to the kneecaps, built, good looking, kisses their ass. I think they want everything. It ain't happening. But a lot of women want an alpha, see? So when you get a guy that's like, fuck you, I don't need you, they want that guy. See,
they want the wild stallion, but don't know how to ride him.
Right. They want that guy that says, I don't need you. Every time I got rid of girls, I couldn't get rid of them. They get obsessed.
They want James Dean. They want James Dean to be like Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, right.
Hey, guys, sorry to cut in, but my battery's dying on my laptop. I'm gonna have to bounce out in a minute.
Tony, it's good
having me on. Appreciate everybody here, man. It's been a really good conversation. All you guys.
Tony, it was a real pleasure meeting you. I'm glad I came on tonight.
Before you get going, Tony,
you made me laugh.
I hate to hit you with this one. How did you feel calling Cooper the leading expert of single mothers, man? It couldn't have been me, dude. I would have started chuckling a little bit. I'm just a jerk. I would have started laughing.
I called him, a single mom expert on a video we made last year. It just kind of came to me when we were editing it because my video guy was like, "What name do you want on Rich Cooper?" I was like, "Single mom expert," and he is the world's leading expert on single moms. I mean, I used to be an expert myself, but nothing compared to the PhD of Rich Cooper in single moms. Tony knows. Tony knows.
So Tony has a channel on YouTube, right?
Me? Yeah, 21 Studios, yeah.
Oh, I gotta sign up for that right now.
It's a monster channel. It's a big one. Yeah.
It's a dream, man.
So I appreciate all you guys, Pops, David, good talking to you, and John Steele. I never heard this guy, but that was really good commentary earlier.
Thanks, man. You take care.
Yeah, take it easy, Tone.
Yep. See you, boys.
Great meeting you. Coming on. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Take care.
Oh, that's Anthony Dream Johnson. That's who he is. The guy with the
dream, man.
Yeah. He's been around. He's been around for a long time, man.
Yeah.
I seen him on your show once before, Tony. I think he actually had his camera on.
Yeah, he's been on. He's been on quite a few times.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, that's why I say, you guys, we talked about these. We talked about these different people that come to 21, and you can hang out with Jeff Younger and Arthur Quan Lee and Ian Smith and guys like that. So that's the beauty of 21 is you get to spend 4 days with guys like Elliot Hulse and Jesse Lee Peterson. So
I would love to hang with Jesse Lee Peterson. That would be a trip, man. Yeah. That would be a total trip.
In fact, let me show you. I played
Jesse Lee Peterson, that radio guy.
I did a face swap with Jesse Lee Peterson here. So this is my face on Jesse's. I'm going to play it real quick.
Oh, I know that black guy. Then it has to be Jesse Lee.
What a sad way to live. When I look at the world, it fills me with sorrow. Children today gonna suffer tomorrow.
I don't know if you guys could tell, but that was my face. So
that was
you. Yeah, the deep fake. That's awesome.
So I did a face swap with Jesse on that. So
one day I heard him say, Tony, that threw me off with him a little bit. He said that telling the kids you have to forgive your parents.
Mm-hmm. That's one of his big things. Is
like, what do you mean forgive you?
No, well, that comes back to he's devoutly Christian, so he believes in forgiveness and redemption.
Right, but I don't believe my kid has to forgive me because there is no such thing. I kicked his ass when he was out of line, and I raised him, and there shouldn't be an issue where I need forgiveness as a parent.
No, Pops. He means like parents who really screwed up and like who are like. Who
abuse their children?
Yeah, did stuff like that. That's a
I mean, I've had. If you go back on
that's a different story. Then,
if you go back on my channel, you'll see I've got interview last year with Jesse. He goes into depth about it. I've got right before Christmas, he came on for about 2 hours on my Saturday night live stream, get it off your chest. And then I also have an interview with him on 21 from the 21 convention. So
all right.
Let's go over that in depth. And I do think it's, forgiveness is for, when people talk about forgiveness, people always think it's for the other person, but forgiveness is for yourself. Everybody falls short. What you don't want to do is resent. And I think that's important. You don't want to resent people. You don't want to resent your parents. I look at it as all parents did the best they could. You think about it, Pops, how many kids you have, Pops?
I just have one.
Okay. But when you had Mike, hey man, you were new at it. You've never had a kid before. Anybody could prep you for it, but that doesn't mean you knew what to do. You were winging. Right. I mean, you were winging it. Every new father is winging it,
Yeah.
But nowadays kids are, separated from their father usually. And, eventually the children do return to their father. And that's one of the things that he talks about. One of my interviews with him is called Return to Your Father.
Right.
So he gets into depth about it, and I think it's a good thing.
Oh, okay. It's a whole different aspect that I was looking at. Like
I could share a sentiment to that. Like when my mom passed away 5 years ago, my dad wasn't in my life all the way. They were divorced. We grew. I'm like 40 years old. We're growing closer. I'm closer to him than when I was younger. So that's something we have to really forgive. That's where Jesse's coming from.
Yeah.
That's a hard thing to do,
You guys, I want to welcome Sergio Music Boy. You guys, if you don't know,
Sergio.
I was divorced.
Music Boy. Yeah,
I was divorced.
Sergio on Instagram. Look for Sergio Music Boy on Instagram, you guys.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's been on Jesse's show quite a few times, and he's a good friend of Jesse's. Sergio lives in Aruba, if I'm correct. Sergio, man, it's awesome to see you. Click the link if you want to jump on the panel, my man. I've got a link.
Great to have him.
Yeah, Sergio Music Boy. Yeah, he explains it well. Most kids these days don't grow up with their dads, ends up resenting the parents, and the anger holds them back. So forgiving is the way to let go and learn to follow God through love. That's exactly right.
Oh.
That's explaining it really well.
Yeah, children don't come with instruction manuals, man. They do not.
Yeah.
Like me, when I was married, my son was 2.5, right? So I got divorced. I went to court, and the judge told me I could see my son, every other week for 2 days. So I told the judge in the courtroom, I says, Your Honor, with no disrespect, are you God? And he looked at me like, I go, so you're telling me I can see my kid 4 days a month? I multiplied it by 12, even though it's 50 weeks. I said, so 48 days a year, so I could see my son like 12% of his life. Who are you to make that decision?
Well, wait,
listen to this story. So he slams his gavel at me, threatening to throw me in jail and all kinds, because I went off on him a little bit. I walk out of the courtroom. It's all said and done. I told my ex, I'm coming to pick him up every weekend. I says, if you don't like it, then I'm not going to come get him at all. And you could F you and him. So she tried to play that. I had to play this game with her. I said, I'm not playing this every other weekend dad bullshit. I says, I'm going to come see my son during the week too, when I feel like it. I says, I'm going to come pick him up, take him to the park for 2-3 hours, and bring him back. I says, because my son's going to know who I am. It's not going to be this once every other weekend bullshit. So she didn't want to play ball. I didn't go see him for like 6 weeks. I had to play hardball. Finally, she called me up. All right, you could come get him. Because she knew, he's going to go up without a father. He's going to be, And I used to pick him up every weekend. And I had it made. Because my mother would come over the house. She watched him, on the weekends. And I would go out at night, but I was with him all day. And I picked him up during the week, like once or twice a week. I pick him up. We go to the park for a couple of hours, just so he would see me. Then when he was 11, he ended up coming to live with me. And I didn't want him, but his mother couldn't handle him. He didn't want to be with us. So I had to raise him. It wasn't easy.
There's a great video that just came out on 21 Studios. It's with Carnell Smith. And wait until you hear his story. It's on 21 Studios. It just came out on the 21 Report. It will blow your mind. It's about it's about basically getting paternity tests for your kids to find out if they're yours. He had mentioned about, and this made a lot of sense to me when I saw it. It was this past week, came up. It's incredible interview. Guy's very charismatic. He's done a lot of stuff to help guys. I think he's helped change the laws in like 10, 12 states now. So the reason that they want you to see your kid every other week is so they can push the child support higher. That's the reason why.
Yeah.
And I never thought about it like that until I saw that interview with him. And I did meet the guy, really, really nice guy, but he's a guy that's fighting for men's rights, fathers' rights, somebody that's actually doing something. We always talk about solutions, when it comes to the manosphere and solutions for men. And again, this is, I'm going to pump up 21, but this is the reason why I enjoy working with Anthony and 21 convention, because these guys that come to speak are actually doing something. So solutions are important. A lot of people talk about solutions, but the guys I've met are actually doing things, and for me, it's kind of my way of giving back to the community when I spend my time there, running speakers around and, doing, protecting guys like, whether it be Jesse Lee Peterson or Stefan Molyneux, that's what I do. It's my way of giving back. So I do, again, recommend guys checking out 21 convention. And, you don't have to go to every speech kind of thing. You know what I mean? You can see who you want to see, but it's nice to rub shoulders and hang out and have dinner with some of these guys you've seen on the news and guys who are making real changes in the world, for men, fathers and boys. It's a positive thing. So I recommend that to everybody. It's not an expensive thing. I mean, it's a 4-day event, but eventually I'll drop a link where people can check it out and get tickets. And I think Anthony said there's a pre-sale right now. It's super cheap for 2 people. So it's a buy one, get one free. So again, if you buy now and it's in October, but I'm sure if you go to 21 Studios, you can check it out. So, but
sounds good.
Yeah. So, but yeah, let's get back to the, yeah, that's funny. What do you say? They're not sitting with hose and a table for every night. That's funny. But yeah,
brutal.
Let's get back to it. I'm gonna play a couple things I played in the beginning. Maybe guys didn't see them. I'm gonna play this first, real quick, and this is what Putin had said. I think this. I'm not sure when this was. I'm gonna say would be in the past 2 weeks to a month. But check this out.
Пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа, должны знать, что ответ России будет незамедлительным и приведет вас к таким последствиям, с которыми вы в своей истории.
I mean, that's harsh right there.
I think Putin is look at him compared to the fucking mental midget senile fuck we have as a leader.
Well, I'll go ahead and play this right after it.
How do we get to the place where, Putin decides he's going to just invade Russia? Nothing like this has happened since World War II.
Yeah, because you stupid fuck, you started a coup in 2014 when you were VP. And that's what led to the fucking mess we're in now, you ignorant fucking con artist who never had a real job in your life. You've been sucking off the government tit with your crackhead fucking son.
Yeah.
He's been a career politician for a long time.
Yes. He's never, and all the bullshit he said about when he was back in the day when he was running for president, like back in the 80s. This guy never had a job. All he's done is suck on the government teeth.
Nothing was worse was then when when he was going against Clarence Thomas, that judge. I finally did research. I was like, wow, this dude was like trumping up everything because they didn't want him on the Supreme Court?
Yeah, Supreme Court. And I thought it was really hysterical. Like, I can't believe you remember that. That's ancient history. But one of the people on the fucking panel was Ted fucking I killed my pregnant girlfriend, Kennedy.
Yeah,
was on the same fucking panel, judging fucking Clarence Thomas. Fuck these guys. Clarence Thomas is fucking. He fucking had brilliant rulings, man. You can read his rulings on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a brilliant guy. He's one that's they're fading people like him out, though. I mean, that's what they're doing right now. You know,
just put some more puppets in there.
Yeah, well, it's diversity. It has nothing to do with anybody who's qualified anymore.
Yeah, like your qualifications are your fucking skin color and whatever gender you identify as.
That's why a lot of people, close people I know, they get mad at me when I say that. I say the same thing. I'm like, what happened to doing a good job? What happened to qualifications? We're gonna put in there to fill a quota? Are you serious?
Yeah, how about we do that for brain surgeons? Yeah, we got an opening for a brain surgeon here, but it's got to be a black female only. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, someone handling a brick thinking it's a scalpel. You know what I mean? I'm not just saying black female, but at the same time, they're just putting anywhere to fulfill some kind of weird need or someone they can control very easily. That's basically what it is. Somebody can squeeze very easily, you know. That's half the time what a lot of these are, you know. You don't put someone who's going to go against what you're going to say in a minute. You're going to put someone that you can steamroll and squeeze them to the point they'll do whatever they want you to do, you know, whatever at your beck and call. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, man. All these things are pre-decided. They all know how these people, and like the hearings are complete bullshit. The Senate the confirmation hearings, everybody's already going to decide. They're all going to vote on party lines. It's complete crock of shit. I mean, look at the Kavanaugh hearings. The bullshit they brought up about him.
Oh, that was a circus. That was
a
circus in real life, man. That was a waste of time.
I mean, as much as people get disturbed by it, you know, I think it was the AFPAC and it was Nick Fuentes who, you know, the thing that bothered me most about that whole scene at AFPAC was, you know, they opened up with, was it Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is just ridiculous, you know. What happened to men leading, you know, and that's what they were pushing. So a lot of these groups are just really, I think what happens is a lot of these groups, when they get big, they kind of just fold. They fold to the narrative.
They start becoming like Caligula, putting their horse up in the Senate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
You know? That's sad when you have to look back and go, God damn.
Well, I don't know if you guys talked about this because I tuned in late. Sorry about that. But what do you think about Lindsey Graham calling for the assassination of Putin?
Yeah, we actually mentioned it, and I think it's first of all, I can't stand that guy.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham is the worst.
That's the first thing. I think that that's just propaganda. Period.
Yeah, more hype talk like this is.
Well, you know they got pictures of him buggering little boys. I mean,
There's something going on with him.
I mean, look, if he's a homo, all right, you know, just admit it. Come out of the closet, you'll be a lot happier.
Lindsey Graham, they got a female playing him on the comedy show. Why not? You know, why not? I mean, you know, it's just these weird politicians that have been there just way too long. You know, the sewer needs to be unplugged. Putin is doing probably the most well, I hate to say it, it's almost nearly masculine thing you can ever see. What most leaders have been doing for generations. They're dividing and conquering, man. I mean, we should have really a say on what they're doing. You know,
Putin is. I mean, he's probably the greatest leader I could think of in history since Bismarck. You guys should read up on Bismarck.
Yeah.
The way what he's done for his country.
And his stoicism he carries too.
Yeah, he doesn't like that speech, that clip that Tony played from his speech right before the military operation or whatever he called it, was the most hyperbolic I think he's ever been in public, because he's not like that.
Is he very reclusive, like slightly reclusive, more like?
No, he's not reclusive.
He's very
at all,
calm and collective.
Yes, he's very reserved, and his words are chosen carefully.
Yeah.
He doesn't read all. You could tell him, like, he may have been reading that off a teleprompter, but the majority of times he's not. Like, there was a great, he totally spoke extemporaneously when he was. This was in 2008 when Time Magazine went over to Moscow because he was Man of the Year, and there's this great interview. You can watch it, and you can tell the guy totally has his shit together, and he's a genius because everything he said was totally off the cuff. And
Yeah.
there was no screening of the questions. There was no softball. All the questions came from Americans.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, even though what he's doing is reprehensible, what he's doing, that's what he's doing. I don't agree
Dude, if
with
he
the
wanted to do
war.
reprehensible shit, he could have
Yeah.
leveled fucking Ukraine.
He could have ran right through it pretty quickly, even
Yes.
faster than he's doing it now.
But I don't see a reason why Putin went in there though. Other than New World Order.
He went in there. He went in there very. Actually, I dropped the link in the private chat.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I was going to start watching a little bit of it.
Watch that. And
here's my opinion. This guy is one of the richest men in the world. He's got a $1 billion villa. He's got 8 other homes, girls all over the place. He's a king in his country. He's popular. The people love him. He didn't need Ukraine. There's no reason for him to upset the apple cart.
No. He needed to do it because he needed a buffer state between NATO and the Russian Federation. The only reason that the Baltic countries were allowed to enter NATO, that's Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, was because at the time of their admission, Russia was too weak to do anything. It was right after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And actually, when the Soviet Union collapsed, they were promised that NATO would not expand. Not only did they expand, not only did they expand, they actually took in former Warsaw Pact countries. Now, this is like for young guys might not know. Okay, the Warsaw Pact was something that the Soviet Union did in response to NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Yep. Wasn't that developed in the 70s or was it the 60s?
The 60s.
Gotcha.
Well, maybe I don't know. I don't know when Warsaw. And it was. I'd have to look that up. That's a good question. Anyway, and it included Romania, Poland, Then it was Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, and I might be leaving out another country. But anyway, that was in response to NATO. Now, not only did NATO expand and it actually took in those countries that were once allied with the Soviet Union and made them fucking part of NATO.
Like, hey, we're part of the team, boys.
So you can understand the Russians are going, what the fuck?
I believe there's like 25 countries that are surrounding Russia, and I think 6 of them are part of NATO. If I'm correct.
Oh, that does make sense why they're really like, okay.
I don't believe Russia really gave a shit about NATO. I don't think they fear them. I still think that Putin is part of this New World Order plan. I don't trust it.
Obviously,
I don't see it.
Putin's not afraid of NATO. I mean, we're seeing
right. So does he really care about Ukraine having NATO in there? I don't think so.
He does economically because that's why he sees Crimea. Well, and the other thing, like, he didn't invade Crimea. They were leasing a base in Crimea. They were paying the Ukrainians, kind of like the way we pay Cuba to have our base in Guantanamo Bay. So think about it this way. So if Ukraine had joined NATO, NATO was really the United States, because that's really what NATO is, would have put weapons aimed at Russia in Ukraine. Now, think back to the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was before my time, but Tony remembers it well. Just kidding, Tony. Cuba was a sovereign nation and that had an alliance with the Soviet Union. And Cuba had previously been invaded by a force of Cuban nationals that were trained, funded, and equipped by the United States. It was called the Bay of Pigs invasion. You may have heard about it.
Yep.
So after that, Castro was like, fuck, man, these motherfuckers are going to, and the United States, the military in the United States wanted to take over Cuba again. They actually tried to poison Fidel Castro. They literally hired a mob to try and kill him.
It's like, trying to kill me.
And the reason Castro was anyway, the theory behind the Bay of Pigs invasion was that all these ex-Cuban nationals would come in there and then the people would rise up and overthrow Castro. What they didn't count on was the people preferred Castro to General Batista, who had been running the country before Castro. And he used, man, the poverty, the disparity of wealth between the rich and poor, and I mean,
During
Cuba,
Batista's regime.
Yeah, the Batista regime. He was just a puppet of the United States, and you know, he did the same thing as the leader of Afghanistan did. You know, on New Year's Eve, 1959, he just you know, got filled up his suitcase with, you know, $100 bills and caught the first plane to Havana. I mean, not Havana, I mean Miami.
Yeah, that was actually part of the Godfather movie.
Yeah, Godfather 2. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was you, Fredo.
Yeah.
You broke my heart. And but that's true. That really happened. And but the point is the people liked Castro. More people, the poor people did. The rich people weren't too happy about him because he kicked, you know, he nationalized like all their hotels. You know, Meyer Lansky owned all those hotels down there and shit like that. The mob did. And I mean, basically, Havana, Cuba was a place that you could like buy a 12-year-old for fucking you know, $5.
Good God.
It was like that fucking bad. And I'm not a big fan of Castro, but I mean, it was, you know, this whole idea of like, you know, democracy, you know, I mean, it was a dictatorship before. It wasn't a democratic country. Like Americans always talking about democracy, but they only like democracy when it's someone that the people vote that they like. You know what I mean? Like when they had democratic elections in the Palestinian areas, the people voted in fucking Hamas and Hezbollah, you know, so they didn't like that, but that was a democratic election. So, and the same with Putin, you know, he's been voted in. He's more popular than any president we had since maybe Reagan. So the people like Putin because their quality of life is so much better under Putin than it was before. And the people have been, maybe some of the young people don't remember, but
during Yeltsin.
Yeltsin was a fucking puppet. They raped that country under Yeltsin, but the United States loved it. And all the rich people loved it because they were able just to suck all the resources out of it. I mean, things were so bad in Russia, like in the late 90s, like the alcoholism rate was like 70%. I mean, it was worse than a fucking Indian tribe.
Well, John, do you think that's because it was westernized, you know, tear down the wall, that whole thing?
No, it was because the economy collapsed and there was no hope, and there was everything, basic social services just collapsed. There was no real healthcare system. It was, people were desperate and aimless and hopeless, and there was no sense. So Putin came in there and he restored national pride, a sense of kind of like, you know, I am old enough to, I know Joe, Tony is. Do you remember like Tony? I mean, I was a real young kid, but think about it this way. Think about what the United States was like under Jimmy Carter, and then think about what happened after 4 years of Reagan. Do you remember how different the U.S. psyche was?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it was night and fucking day. The U.S. in the 70s was depressed. It was.
Yeah, how bad was that time period?
I mean, it sucked balls, motherfucker. So no offense.
I mentioned that on the last stream on how Russia changed after it was opened up. Actually, when, you know, Soviet Union was whatever overtaken, becomes Russia, and so what I noticed is all the images from Russia back then were all our Americanized stores in all these cities. And now it's the place to go. Nightclubs, it's changed. It became westernized like overnight, right after, we'll say during the Reagan and after the Reagan era. It just changed.
Yeah, and that was in the early 90s. That's like, so what happened was you had Gorbachev, who was, you know, he was a communist, but he was a quote unquote reformer. And he started Glasnost and Perestroika. You guys probably don't remember that. And that was kind of opening up to the West, but still keeping communism. But anyway, that kind of led to, as things opened up, because life sucks under communism. And it did. But guess what? It got worse under the so-called democracy because it was totally corrupt. You know, I mean, Ukraine is totally corrupt right now. Every fucking politician in Ukraine is bought by someone. Most people don't even know who's the background of Zelensky. Do you know Zelensky his claim to fame is that he was the star of a Ukrainian television show where a comic becomes president of Ukraine.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
And he now is a comic who was president of Ukraine.
He was a comedian. People don't, you know, we had mentioned,
brought that up before.
I think people thought we were joking, but he was a comedian, is what he was.
They got a video. He's playing a piano with his private part.
What?
Yeah, I'll show you the video, but you don't
Well,
see
don't
it.
show it on the YouTube.
No, but you don't see.
Yeah,
it
look at
right.
that. Look at this stream nuke.
Don't get Tony.
No, you see the piano, right? And then he's got his pants pulled down, and he's got, you know, and you don't see it, but he's bouncing around playing it like this, and he's making you know he's playing the piano.
Good God,
guy's a clown. He's an actor.
Yeah, and this is who the United States is building up as like the Ukrainian
Captain
fucking
America.
Rambo, and you know, get the fuck out of here. So,
wow.
Hey, John, if you watch my show, everything you said, I said on it this morning.
oh, cool. I got to get your. All right, I got to. What's the name of the channel? The actual name of the channel?
You Can't Fool Pops.
You Can't Fool Pops.
Also, I don't like.
I'll make sure I put a link.
Yeah,
in.
put it in the. Thanks, Tony. Put it in the link. So I
You
can
watched this morning's show. I said everything you said.
All right.
I don't like how the celebrities are shilling for Ukraine. You know, I mean, I like how Kurt Russell's stance was like, "Yo, we don't need to be bothered with this." Well, his stance on political things, he's like, "Listen, we do our opinions, whatever. You know, let's live our lives." You know, I just don't like how they're shilling to Ukraine and don't even know exactly why it's happening, what's going on. You know, it's kind of annoying.
People are morons. And like, did you see that really funny tweet? It got a lot of people captured it and put it up where Patricia Arquette said, I swear to God, she goes, "We need to kick Russia out of NATO."
It was like, there's a couple people that they made themselves look like idiots making comments about it. You know,
it's like, sweetheart, the adults are talking. Go back into your room. You know?
Oh, that's cute. Send them out the room. Let her play with toys. She'll be fine. That's what's happening with our presidency right now. The old man comes out. You know, as soon as questions start happening, oh yeah, he can't talk right now.
The way they protect that guy from any real questions, it's amazing.
He called them the Iranian citizens the other day.
Yeah.
Good God, that's brutal. What do we got going on here, man? What's going on here?
It's a clown show.
I got Muhammad backstage. I just want to make sure that it's him.
That's my boy, Doc Muhammad, man.
Hold up. Muhammad,
hi, everybody. Yep, that's me. Hi, Tony.
Making sure it's you. You know how it goes here.
Absolutely. Hey, hello, everybody. Pops.
Hey, what's going on? At least Azrun is not here.
He doesn't want any. Yeah.
If Azrun comes on, I'm out.
I just have something. I just have one thing for Muhammad. I want to welcome him.
All righty, boys. All righty.
Woody Johnson.
Oh, we got to welcome Woody too. And again,
yeah, when he comes in.
Just so you guys know, again, that's Lux Maximus, and I never watch him. I never do, but I'm going to play this real quick.
Well, Woody Johnson, Tony Bruno.
That dude, man. I one of these days, I hope he can actually come up and actually join the panels. That would be epic.
Well, I reached out to him, and hopefully I'll have him on for an interview sometime soon. I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be a fun time. He's actually an intelligent guy too. But yeah, we're gonna get Lux Maximus on here. I've reached out to him, and he's responded. So when he decides to do a collab or interview, he'll come on. So that.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, he's pretty wild.
I don't know anything about him, but I look forward to it anyway.
Says he's like the best.
Yo, this dude does the unboxings, John Steele are hilarious, but it's based on hilarious.
Let me give John a little taste here. I think it's right here.
The white, the black, the yellow, and brown. Walk right in, lay your money down, and fuck the night away. Alrighty, boys. Alrighty.
Who is that guy?
That is Lux Maximus.
What's his name?
Lux Maximus. That's his channel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, it's all about the slave cunny, man. When he goes off about that, it's really funny. Slave cunny.
I don't even know what to say, but yeah, check him out. And
I want to hear what Muhammad has to say from.
Hang it out here real quick. We got Alexio saying the PCS gang rise up. That's funny.
Oh, Alexia, that's my
Bob
boy.
says, "All righty, boy." I was. That's just great.
All righty.
What does Muhammad have to say about Putin?
Yeah, Muhammad, you were on the last stream. Of course, your input is always
Okay.
welcome. We got a little
Look,
bit.
look. I think my analysis and my submission is NATO has been expanding right up to the backyard, right next to the front gate of Russia. What do they expect? How Russians are going to respond? Now, flip the scenario back when there was Cuban Missile Crisis. Did Americans take? Okay, so you've discussed this already. Have you?
I did. Yeah, I said it's exactly the same thing. Is that
In the reverse? In the reverse, yeah. Did Americans accept Russians putting missiles in Cuba? No. So what makes them think that they can come do the same thing in reverse and Russians will be okay? It's just weird that they think that somehow the Western countries think, especially Americans, that they can dictate to the rest of the world. Like, Russians do not even consider themselves as pure Western. They consider them as Russians, which is not the same as Western. Don't mess with them. And Putin has been saying it for a while now. Don't do it. Don't do it. We don't feel right. This is not appropriate that NATO is expanding. And they're constantly expanding and at the same time saying, no, we are not expanding. Although they said they would not expand, and they're still expanding.
Yeah, they keep gaslighting him. They say, no, we're
yes.
not. We're not. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yes, you are.
At it.
Yes, and then the other thing, back in 2014, when there was this big, they had this democratically elected guy. Yes, he was corrupt. And yes, and the European Union and all these guys funded that coup to bring him down. What do you think Russians are going to respond to such an intervention? Not kindly. So why is everybody surprised and painting Putin as if he's done some? He just, one fine morning he got up and decided to invade Ukraine. No, in fact, I'm surprised they restrained themselves for such a long time. Because now it was for them, it was like do or die. No, not gonna, before you come into NATO, I'm gonna come in. This is David, if you were, sorry, was it David or John Steele? So you should listen to Nigel Farage's interview literally a week before Ukrainian invasion. And Nigel Farage I think he's a British guy who's just spoken at length about exactly the same thing. And he's been saying, why are you doing it? Why are you, instigating and trying to trigger? Because this is going to lead to hell. Don't do it. And that's exactly what these guys did.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's not the narrative you're getting if you're watching CNN.
It's the opposite.
Absolutely. Yes. And that doesn't mean we are supporting Putin's, like I say, oh, you Russians are all, no. That's not the same thing. You gave him reason. And see, the Ukrainians are stupid too. Like, and the fantastic, Ukraine wants to be part of NATO. That's fantastic. You can say that. That does not mean it's what Nigel Farage put it as. It's not the smartest geopolitically correct idea to actually allow this to happen, and which is perfectly makes sense.
Well, the reason a lot of Ukrainians back the idea of NATO is they want, because NATO is basically a shithole. No one wants NATO except for a strategic location like the Crimea and stuff like that. And Putin just wants it to be a neutral state. Putin has no intention of annexing Ukraine. What he'll probably do is, after the war is over, the Ukrainians are defeated, they'll set up a provisional government and they'll have a new constitution. And one of the clauses in the constitution will say that the Ukraine has to remain a neutral country. And and he'll just pull the fuck out. Now he's gonna keep Crimea, of course, and the Donbass region because they're ethnically Russian, and possibly Odessa because there's a huge Russian population there as well. Mm-hmm. But the rest of Ukraine will, and they probably won't become formal members of the Russian Federation, but they'll be liberated. So that's what he plans on doing. So because that's one of the reasons he's being so kind in this incursion. is because he doesn't want to level the whole fucking place.
Yeah, yeah.
He has the power to do it.
You made a good. You made a good point there, John Steele. Is he's being so kind right now, and he really is. He could do a whole lot more than he's doing right now.
Didn't he allow them to escape as well? Like he gave them time for people to get their women and children out of there.
Yeah, all civilians, not just women.
As I'm watching the news right now, you keep seeing that Zelensky keeps asking for U.S. military aid, and they just want to suck.
What?
Yeah, they want to suck us into that, and that we need to pray and keep your Ukrainian, your Russian fellow brothers and sisters in prayer, and that's all you can do right now.
Absolutely. It's a tragedy, no matter what way you look at it. It is a tragedy indeed.
Yeah. Now, a lot of the people that are saying, the same muzzle people will say, are saying that we should get involved. Well, if we get involved, it'll be like that background you see near here on the screen. You see that bomb going off? That's what we're going to end up with.
Yeah,
exactly.
And see, my thing is, my recommendation, and I really wish we could do that. All these people who are so enthusiastic of being part of the war, we should put them on a plane and send them to Ukraine.
Put them right on the
There you go.
Put Lindsey Graham the first. I want him to be the first one off the chopper.
Because it seems like they're trying to create another Vietnam, basically. They're going to do all that.
Well,
and go on, John. Go on.
No, well, I was going to say the United States loves proxy wars. That's what, I mean, a lot of people are all upset about what's going on in Ukraine. They're saying, "Oh, look at all the carnage and the humanity and everything." Well, how come no one's upset about the fucking war we're funding against Yemen? With all we're talking about civilians dying. Jesus Christ, the children are dying from fucking cholera. They're just shriveling up and dying.
It's because it's not being propagandized on the news. It's just simple. When
it's all about the media.
When you don't see it, you don't care. That's the thing.
And it's social media as well. I mean, look this guy, their president, the Ukrainian, he's acting like almost like Justin Trudeau of Canada, doing photo ops, and you really think you'll hold an AK-47 or an SMG, you become a real soldier? Really, is that your idea of being a soldier? And these chicks are posing with guns. You really think that's how a war is fought? You've got no idea what war is, my friend.
Let me tell you, when the Russian troops come marching in, all those female soldiers are going to throw away the AKs and they're going to grab knee pads and lipstick to suck Russian.
Oh yeah. There's already an article out there that Russian men are swiping right on Tinder for Ukrainian women. Yeah, but Russian soldiers can't swipe right. Russian soldiers can't swipe right unless the woman swipes first to the right for the Russian soldier.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah, it is insane, but
they're robbing, and that administration was robbing that country blind too, just like they're doing here right now. Ukraine is so corrupt, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I've heard so. They're very corrupt and yada yada yada.
They said it's so corrupt. They had a lady on a French radio station. Her family lives in Ukraine, and she's talking about how bad. Before this war, how bad it was to live in Ukraine. The people were spending half their monthly salary, because we get paid monthly, half their salary just to pay their heating bill.
Wow. Yeah. I can understand that. Yeah.
This guy was doing what Biden's doing here to Ukraine. He was
long time ago, I had a friend. Yeah, I had a friend who went to Kiev and to do his engineering degree from Pakistan. I'm talking about 20 years ago. And back then he told me that the financial situation in the society was so bad that literally women would offer themselves for a loaf of bread, for a can of Coke, and a pack of cigarettes. That is how bad it was. So because of the war and all this turmoil and political instability, which was following communism and disintegration of whatever was going in the then USSR. So it's just sad. It's tragic. Everything of it is really tragic, to be honest.
Now, I asked this question earlier. Do you think that, we always talk about distractions. Now, what a better time for China to invade Taiwan right now, correct?
Yeah, one wonders why would they not do it. I don't know. Hope not.
Well, the reason they don't do it is the Chinese don't want to. They want to take Taiwan the same way they took Hong Kong without firing any shots, because they don't want to destroy the infrastructure. Because otherwise, Taiwan is just a fucking rock out in the Pacific.
But Hong Kong was on a lease to Britishers. There was a legal reason behind it. I don't know if there's such a legal reason.
I
behind
think Taiwan has a way better military than Ukraine too.
Well, they do, but they're just such a tiny country, and they do have a good military, but it's very small, and they do have a lot of air defense systems and stuff like that. But one of the things that did happen was the Chinese Air Force has been probing the Taiwanese Air Force ever since this incursion has happened. But the Chinese don't want to take over Taiwan in a hot war. They want to slowly just take it over by isolating it and get it to the point where the Taiwanese just are eventually just absorbed into it.
Yeah.
Because it's only a value to them. They want all those semiconductors. And actually, someone they were talking about Biden's speech when he started talking about building semiconductors in the United States. They said basically that was a dog whistle to the Chinese that you can take Ukraine in time. Just let us build our chip, have our factories here, and then you can have it.
I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to, like you said, a hot war. That's, what's going to be left of it. If they want like you said, the infrastructure and all the economic, basically, profits from it, when you wreck it, what good it is? It's just an island. That's all.
Yeah. And do the Chinese even want to take it? Because, look at all the production in the world. Most, if not all, production is coming from China. So, do they really need to do something like that, like invade another country which will cost them much more?
But
I don't know.
The Ukraine issue is different because it's really political. We'll say.
Oh, absolutely.
Military.
Ukraine is different. Yeah, it's a military decision to defend themselves.
As far as strategic location is why they want the Ukraine, for no other reason.
Yeah, Russia. No one wants Ukraine. It would be a net negative for the Russians to take over Ukraine, because if they took it over, then they'd be responsible for it.
Yep.
So
do they want that? Do they want the Ukrainian infrastructure intact? Do they care?
Only insofar as it'll allow them to have a transition to a neutral government. So if they totally destroy the country, then you can't really, there'll be nothing to govern. So the reason they're keeping the infrastructure, now this is my analysis, they're leaving the infrastructure intact so there can be a transition to a neutral government, which is what the Russians wanted all along. Now, if they can't get that, they will level it.
I agree.
But they want to they want to have a Ukraine that they can just transition to. So all the Ukrainian troops will be defeated, and then those Russians will say, okay, we're going to go home now. We've just disarmed all your, we've taken all your tanks. We've disarmed your military. And because that's pretty much what they do. They capture the soldiers, they strip them of their weapons and their vehicles, and they send them home. And that's what they'll do then. And then they'll just Ukrainian, then they'll give it a point. They says, look, we can level you to the ground if you want, or you can become an independent nation. Your choice.
I think a lot of the Ukrainian soldiers actually left and ran away.
Well,
because you see civilians constantly fighting the fight. I don't see their soldiers.
Yeah, well, you have 1.5 million refugees now that went to other countries. I think almost 1 million went to Poland. So let me ask you a question.
And I think they lied about their numbers. They said they had 200,000 men. I don't believe it.
Will they come back if it's under Russian control?
The refugees? It depends on how the lifestyle is in wherever they are now. If it's
Which
better
is,
in Poland,
think about it, probably not.
If they bring them to America, they're going to love this place.
Well, that's just it. See,
a new course, how to pick up Ukrainian refugees.
Yeah, the difference is though that when people come to America as refugees, we give them a whole shit ton of money. These other European countries aren't going to do that.
Right, but they're going to bring them here.
Yeah. Well,
Biden's already got the planes going there.
Yeah, either they come here or what do they do? Do they go back? Think about it. If you were in the same position, would you go back?
Sure, if you have a home there, Tony, you know, a decent home, you're gonna go back.
And family, extended family. People go back for their extended family.
Yeah, most people will go back.
And you know, what's the chances of? And this is probably a very touchy question, but will the Ukraine be better off under Russian control? You know, will
Probably
they be
will be. It'll be less corrupted.
Yeah,
I think so. I think
Well, it'll probably be less corrupt because, I mean, it'll be corrupt because any burgeoning nation will have to deal with that. But it would be less corrupt because you won't have the United States trying to fuck with it as much anymore and other people, because that'll be a resolved issue. So what Ukraine turns into, for better or worse, will be decided by the Ukrainians, with the caveat that they remain neutral.
I read some articles too that claim Ukraine is like kind of a deep state, whatever you want to call it, a cabal, a globalist, a deep state hub is in Ukraine, especially with the children, if you understand what I mean. I heard there's a lot of that going on over there. So that's another issue. Now, I didn't hear it. I read it. And I watched a couple of videos, and they were talking about it. I think Ukraine is a lot more corrupted than we think. I think it's probably an evil government that was.
Yeah, no, it's Ukraine has been corrupt, and and Ukraine's kind of a weird place because it's different ethnicities and stuff like that. It's kind of, I mean, at one time there was a huge Polish population there, and it's weird, man. It's weird.
It's mixed.
Yeah.
And there's 45 million people in that country. It's not little. Like, that's
and also the land mass is massive too. It's big.
It's a big country.
Yeah.
I'm just looking down the chat here. And I want to just
you know what, one thing, no matter what, they're gonna raise all our prices. They got the excuse. Everything, food, gas. We're paying for this war in our pocket with all the stuff they're gonna raise.
Yeah,
any excuse they have, they'll raise the prices.
Yeah, gold. When I bought gold I bought some physical gold. Was it on February 17th? And gold's already up like 150
What's up,
bucks.
Bruno?
I bought it on.
I bought oil.
Welcome, Sergio Music Boy.
I bought a USO
Hey, guys.
stock at $38. It's like $78 now.
You bought what was that, Papa? You bought which one?
USO, United States Oil Reserve stock.
Oh, you bought the stock, yeah.
I paid $38, a couple of thousand in there, and it's like more than doubled already.
Yeah, I wish I traded the oil futures and wheat futures. Those things really went skyrocketing.
Oh, it went from like $28 to $92 the other day. It's probably over 100 now.
Yeah,
I want to welcome Sergio Music Boy. Good to see you, my man.
Hey man, what's up? I just came in hi real quick. Kind of tired, so just sticking to my promise. I told you last time I would have hop on real quick.
Good, man. I'm glad. You guys welcome Sergio Music Boy. Sergio is from Aruba, correct?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
living nice
right.
over there. That's a nice place.
Absolutely.
It's paradise. If you ever want to see
Where is
paradise,
Aruba? Sorry, where is? Forgive my ignorance. Where is Aruba?
Venezuela.
Okay, all right. No, I don't know, but okay, somewhere around there, Venezuela.
It's
Caribbean.
like
Okay, got it.
South America and just a little more above.
Okay.
And there's a small island called Aruba.
Okay.
It's a rich island too.
Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't say it's rich, but we're living good.
Yeah, how's the economics there? I mean, there's jobs and everything.
We mostly depend on tourism. Mostly Americans actually come to Aruba, and they
for good reason.
Yeah, man, let's have a good time.
It's a
Tell
beautiful
everybody
place.
what you do, Sergio, there for work.
Probably a bartender.
I'm a waiter. Yeah, I'm a waiter at a restaurant. It's a beautiful restaurant with feet in the water, basically. And in my free time, I just make music, which is why I call myself Music Boy.
Tourism slowed down, though, right?
Actually, it's way better than before COVID. I think it's because people's been wanting to go on vacation.
They've been locked up. Right, I got it.
Yeah, man, it's been crazy, actually.
Aruba's waters are gorgeous.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I want you guys to follow Sergio on Instagram, Sergio Music Boy. Check him out.
You use the dollar over there too, right?
Thanks, man. Yeah, you can actually bring your dollars and just use them in a supermarket everywhere.
Also, Sergio, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yep, it's
Do you?
same name, same
Okay,
name. Sergio Music Boy.
So check him out. I'll have to check it out. I don't think I've seen your YouTube. I don't know. Maybe I'm subscribed. Maybe I'm not. But yeah, check out Sergio. Sergio's been on Jesse's show quite a few times. I had met him at the 21 convention. Oh, geez, it's been a couple
That's
years.
right, 21 convention, man. The place to be.
You had that big giant hairdo, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, that's the first year I ever came. Yeah, I had an afro.
Yeah, he had a big one. And then I remember he came back the next year and he was talking to me, and I'm like, I had to put the face without the hair. So.
Yeah, of course, man.
Sergio, I don't want to get too into it, but just curiosity. Did they have mandates in Aruba? That you all had to get that?
Yeah, man. I mean, they didn't force it. They didn't force it, but they heavily propagandized it. They heavily told us to do it, you know.
So if you didn't have it, you couldn't go to work?
I could go. No, they didn't force it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but it seemed like, you know, everybody was calming down and bowing to the mentality.
I got you.
Well, it's the return of Primal Man.
As long as you could work without it, that wasn't bad.
All righty.
All
righty, boys.
All righty.
What's up, Primal?
What's up, everybody?
What kind of government do you have over there, Sergio? Is it like America, the government? Like,
nah, we, you know, like Netherlands, kind of like Europe, kind of like them,
like a socialist democratic type of thing.
Yeah, that exactly.
All right, and you're a citizen, like of Aruba?
Yeah. Well, actually, it's funny that I got a Dutch passport. When you're born here, you get a Dutch passport.
Oh, Dutch. Okay.
So we still kind of belong to the Netherlands. Yeah.
It's kind of like, I guess the best way to explain it, kind of like what Puerto Rico or Guam is to the United States. You know?
Got it.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do men get divorced, raped in Aruba when there's a conflict and there's a divorce? Do men get destroyed?
Like, how is the courts? Like, do they lose everything and the woman takes it all?
Oh, okay. I understand now what you're saying. I don't think so. I don't think it's bad as the U.S., honestly.
Yeah, U.S. is the worst, I think.
No, I don't think so, man.
Well, actually, some parts of Europe are even worse.
I think England's the worst.
Or maybe France.
Primal, do you recognize Sergio from Jesse's show?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This guy's living the life. He lives like Tom Cruise in that movie Cocktail. He's on the hotel, hanging out.
That's where I'm working, man. You'll find me next to the beach. Beautiful girls walking in every day.
Aren't you you're a wine expert, correct? You're working on that.
I wouldn't say super expert, but I'm definitely in the business.
So you're a connoisseur.
No, actually, there's a name for those people.
It's a name called hustler.
No, the guy's
That's right, man. Every day.
Wine taster. Are you a wine taster?
He's just recommended bottles and hustling.
I'm a wine drinker, and that's it, man.
Because they're actually in Australia, there are tasters. So when they introduce a wine, there's a competition. There are people who actually are wine tasters who will go and they do their whole, whatever their mechanism is, smelling and aroma, and it's a whole skill actually.
Yep.
I knew a couple of doctors who were that, and they would go into these competitions. I said, "Wow, man, I didn't know," but yeah, it makes perfect sense.
It's pronounced sommelier, I believe.
Yeah, sommelier.
Sommelier.
Yeah.
Well,
not to be confused with people from Somalia. So.
I know Bruno told me last time to check Pat Stedman's channel, and he's definitely interesting. He knows a lot about wine too.
Oh yeah, that's what I was telling people. When you check out Pat Stedman, he always starts out his streams have what's called the wine intro.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's really nice.
I feel bad. I'm allergic to wine.
Want to know about wine?
Oh no, you're missing out.
Going to come on. I did send him a link. He might still jump on tonight.
It sucks. I'm allergic to it. I can't drink it.
Oh, you can't enjoy it.
You ever tried drinking it? Like, what happens?
My face gets super flushed, and I get I'll sneeze. I mean, the full-on allergic reaction.
Oh, so wow. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah.
It doesn't kill you?
No, it's not like anaphylaxis. It's just like, but I could like have like a little bit of a sip, and I'll just get like kind of flushed, and like because I've gone to like fancy dinners and someone orders wine, and I don't want to get into the whole shit saying I'm allergic, so I'll just like sip a little bit of it, and that my face gets a little red. But if I try to have like half a glass or something, my nose is gonna be running.
Wait,
and I'm gonna
can you drink whiskey or
I
other
could drink
types of-
I could drink spirits and beer, but for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Wine?
That's
What
weird,
is
man.
wine?
I don't know. You can be from what I know. I've allergists say you can be allergic to almost anything. I mean, there's people allergic.
But see, John, in wine, there are a lot of other precipitants and allergens. So it's possible you're not actually allergic to alcohol itself, the chemical molecule, but to other allergens. But the problem is wine comes with all that stuff. So you can't really separate them from the alcohol component after the fermentation and all the process.
Yeah,
so,
it's
but
the
who
alcohol.
knows?
Because I can have spirits and such, but and
Yeah.
beer. But there's some of the things, and some people said it was like just red wine, but no, I get it with white wine too. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah. It's because of the allergen then. So you can actually have the spirits then. So you can have spirits, is it?
Yes, yeah.
Oh yeah. So you're not then allergic to the alcohol molecule. You're allergic to other allergens which are present in the wine. So that makes sense. Yeah. But you can be allergic to the alcohol molecule itself as well. That is also possible, just to put it out there on record.
Yeah, actually, yeah, there are people.
smoking a nice cigar,
Who's famous and
Right
he's allergic to
on.
alcohol is Eddie Murphy.
Really?
Yeah. And some people, it's because some people lack the enzyme to break it down. So it's not
Cuban?
even. It's more like the body treats it as a poison.
see
You
it.
actually get nauseous and everything.
Can't really see it.
That's interesting. I didn't know Eddie Murphy was allergic to alcohol. That's
I
wild.
think it's just Nicaragua.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
cool, man.
Yeah, it's a nice Connecticut.
Aruba's though, it's a small island, right? It's
I
only
mean,
like
it's
not that
only
big.
like 30
Aruba
kilometers.
was
30 kilometers long.
That
Yeah,
was
it's
the
like
place where
69
that
square
girl,
miles or something.
that girl disappeared years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're known for that.
What was her name?
Natalie Holloway.
The
Yeah.
American girl. Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think a boyfriend. I think a
The guy's
boyfriend
locked
murdered.
up in
A
jail.
boyfriend murdered her, right?
I don't know.
He was Dutch. The guy that they suspected.
Yeah.
He was arrested, but they never found her, and I don't know the details how he got out, but they had him
Probably
locked
threw
up
her
for a
in the
while.
ocean.
Yeah,
Yeah, the guy's still locked up to this day.
but he's in prison in another country for killing a girl.
Yeah, in Peru.
A different girl.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. That hurt you guys for a while.
Yeah, I want to welcome back Primal Man. It's been a while. It's been a while.
He's been on
Been a while.
vacation.
It's been a while since. And you got your beard trimmed. We see. Absolutely.
Trimmed it up.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good. Looks like a different
Thank you.
man.
Yeah,
All righty.
thank you.
You're
I'm
Alrighty,
slimming up too. I'm slimming up. Slimming up a lot.
All righty.
All righty. All righty. Hey, Muhammad likes that. I'm gonna have to play it for him here.
You have to.
All righty, boys. All righty.
All righty.
Who is that guy?
Righty, boy.
He's so
Wolf
funny.
Maximus, man, he is
That is Lux
awesome.
Maximus. So,
All righty.
Wolf what?
Maximus.
I gotta start talking like him. All righty.
Listen here, buddy boyos.
Welcome to
buddy
Pop
boyos.
Show.
yeah.
Best is his greeting for Woody Johnson, but we gotta wait for Woody Johnson to come in, and then Tony will play that.
Oh yeah. Like I tell people, I have never watched Lux Maximus, but
Oh, Woody Johnson. Tony Bruno.
Woody Johnson.
Woody Johnson. Tony Bruno. Primal Man.
yeah.
Does he get on the show? On your show, Bruno?
No. I'd like to have him on one time, though. It'll be really interesting. In fact, I would absolutely love for Jesse to have him on one day. It would be.
Oh, I see.
You have no idea.
Have you heard that Jesse's moving to Florida?
Check him out and make your own judgment call. But that's all I can say. But
Have you heard Jesse's moving to Florida?
absolutely, yeah.
What was that? What was
What are
that
your thoughts
stuff
on
though
that?
they were talking about him though? There was a whole scandal going on with him.
Yeah, that's not a
Was
scandal.
that-
It's just character assassination is all that.
Well, whatever it was a scandal means it's a lie, and there somebody was, you know, saying bad things about him.
Yeah, I don't even give it. I give that no merit, and that's one of the things I don't even want to talk about. I mean,
I wasn't going to talk about it either. I just said I heard there was something.
No, I understand that.
So it's already been dissolved.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't think there's. I think that's just a bunch of garbage. Is all it is.
Yep.
It's just evil people. That's all.
It's a shame that people do stuff like that to people.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, I know Serge. You know Jesse very well. Why don't you? I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to make me a quick nightcap here. But why don't you talk to people?
Coffee.
Talk
Is that
to people
coffee?
about what Jesse. What's that?
A cap. What does cap means?
A nightcap. That means I'm going to make a nice rum and coke.
Oh, nice.
Come to chill himself down a little bit. Chill out. A little drinky drink.
Now I could say nightcap, which means it's night lying, but we're not.
Oh, cap for Captain Morgan.
There's no. No, I'm just kidding. I've got some nice Bacardi, but why don't you talk to people about and people in the chat? Hang on here. Who is this? Oh, look at that! Wow. Yeah, we had
Woody Johnson.
Woody Johnson. I got to
Woody
start
says it
talking.
was
I'll get more subs.
Sergio is.
No.
Yes.
Primal
Sergio, I met
man.
at 21 a few years ago, and
Pops,
he's been on.
You can't.
He's
fool
been on
Pops.
Jesse's show quite a few times, and Sergio does music. But what I want to do real quick
What
is
kind of music?
He does some good music.
Like
Yeah.
I play guitar sometimes. I record it, put it on my YouTube channel, and other times my cousin is a producer and we make songs together, and I also put it on YouTube.
All right, let me ask you a question though, Serge. Would you be willing to sing us a song?
Sure, man.
Yeah.
You can't
let it rock. Let it rock.
Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna put you on here. I want you to go ahead and I'm gonna put you on the big screen. So I want you to go ahead and sing us a song while I'm making a quick nightcap here. And
You're trying out for the voice, and we're the judges. See if I hit the button.
Let me ask you a question. What song are you gonna sing us?
You know Jason Mraz?
Which one are you gonna sing?
I'm yours.
I
knew it.
If I hit the button, that
That's
means
what
my
I
picture
practice
comes.
lately.
Everybody, put your avatar on. And if you hit the button like that, means we chose you, like the voice.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is gonna be good, man. This is awesome.
So if I turn my chair around, I'll do that. If I don't do that, that means you're not good.
Okay, man.
All right, let's do it, Serge. This is
Come on,
awesome,
Primal man. You got to
This
play the
is
game,
special
Primal.
for tonight. Sergio Music Boy live.
There we go.
Here we go.
Right. Well, you done me and you bet I felt it. I tried to beat you, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right to the cracks, and now I'm trying to get back before the cool down. But I'll be giving it my best, so nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some, learn some, but I won't hesitate. I'm yours. Open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and then you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family. It's our God-forsaken right to be loved. I'm yours.
Yeah.
I'm yours.
Yeah.
Nice, bro.
Sergi music boy.
Here's
You know,
Sergio.
Sergio.
That was awesome, man.
You turn it,
That was
you turn it
awesome.
on, yes.
Fantastic.
Sergio,
Good, man. I like it. I like
Yo,
it a lot.
Good job.
Thanks, man.
that's some good
But
stuff, bro.
I would recommend that you, at one point in your song, you would hit a little bit of a more of a higher note.
A little
I didn't hear-
vibrato.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't hear you hit something that oofed me. You didn't oof me.
Right.
Your voice was good. You were smooth, but you didn't oof me.
Okay, yeah.
I needed you to hit
appreciate that.
like. I needed you to hit a note like in the song somewhere. Boom.
Well,
like
you turned
something.
your chair around. Look at Pops. He's like he's on The Voice.
Hey, I'm good at that. I was a DJ, so. But
Thanks, man.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, man, for sure.
Well,
But it
that's
was good.
great, Serge. That's special.
tone.
Dude. I appreciate that, man. That's good.
Fantastic stuff, man.
Trying to
Sergio,
bring some
good one.
I'm going to
Right,
start a
Mr.
new
Lowe,
show called The Voice with Pops.
Yeah, you are. We'll all sit with our chairs turned forward.
Yeah, we'll sit like this.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. We could do that. I bet you'd blow up.
Oh, that's funny.
Nice, man.
Yeah, geez.
All right,
what-
well,
what a
thanks,
nice-
thanks for the love.
Yeah, what a nice treat, man. That's good. That's
Mhm.
good. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I think David saw it because he's like, I knew it.
Do you
When I
play?
said
Do you
I'm-
play any symphony? Do you play any classic symphonies like Moonlight
some
Sonata or
pipes.
Serenade and stuff like that?
I know
Uh,
we got some Frank
yeah,
Sinatra.
like Frank Sinatra. Yeah, I do some Frank Sinatra.
Oh no! Serenade like Franz Schubert and Moonlight Sonata by like or Chopin's Nocturne Bar and all that stuff. Mozart. Any symphony? Do you do that on guitar?
No. I don't really play.
No, that's a different. That's a totally different genre. You really need to train yourself to be able to do that. So I was just curious.
Muhammad,
Yeah, man, that's nice.
I do Andre Bocelli.
Oh, really? Yeah, but Andre Bocelli, which one? Which one? Andre Bocelli is more recent guy, isn't he? He's not like
Andre-
old.
Who cares? He's good.
Yeah, I love
Yeah, but-
Bocelli.
Bocelli's
Is
awesome.
he like a symphony guy? Is he a singer? I think he's a singer, isn't he? I don't remember. Just
Three tenors, I guess,
He's a
right?
tenor.
Oh yeah, he's a tenor. No, I'm talking purely of symphonies, like
No, I know.
Moonlight Sonata. Yeah, so because I'm trying to learn it on a
Oh,
guitar,
Moonlight.
and it's pretty interesting stuff to do. Yeah, it's very difficult.
Hey,
Yeah,
Sergio,
man.
did anyone ever tell you you look like a young Benjamin Bratt? That
No.
actor?
I don't know who that is, honestly.
Well, he's been in a bunch of things, but he first got famous. He was on Law and Order,
What's his
a
name?
TV show Law and
Look
Order.
it up.
Benjamin Bratt. He used to date Julia Roberts for a few years.
Benjamin Bratt with a T, right?
B-R-A-T-T.
Double T.
He's got me looking it up now.
Like a young Benjamin Bratt.
Look
The
at-
guy's like 50 now. You know.
All right.
Says, oh, come on.
Yeah,
sing-
man.
I don't know. I think he kind of look because he seems like a good looking guy, a young guy though.
Yeah, man.
Let's let Sergio sing some Frank Sinatra because you do. Can you do a Frank Sinatra for us? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure,
Oh,
man. That's right.
Let's hear Frank. That'll be a real treat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hey, Frank, play a number.
I'm gonna have to pull up the chords.
All right, let's.
Then I'll start doing it.
The button. I turned my chair.
I'm trying to think of the one that you did on Jesse's. Yeah, there you go. Let's put them on the big screen here.
All right, you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, Sergio Music Boy live.
Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hands. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song. Let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. So fill my heart with song. Let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
All right. Nice, man.
Excellent.
Thanks,
I'm going to bring on Uncle Guns here real quick. Guns, is that you?
It's me, Tony. It's me.
All right. I didn't cover you because not too many people impersonate Guns, but I should.
Not yet.
So what do you think of Sergio Music Boy?
I think it's great.
Yeah, man. Yep. Excellent.
Got a lot of talented people on Tony Bruno's show, always.
That's right. Yep. Self-made. Yeah, check him out.
But
This
Sergio,
feels like a throwback, Tony. This feels like a throwback Saturday night.
It does.
Sergio, I got one problem.
What's up, man?
With that you could serenade a woman with that voice, and yet you're sitting in that apartment alone. Don't make no sense, man. You're in Aruba, all them tourists there.
You don't know. You don't know what's going on.
Where's the girls hiding? Where you hiding them? They're in the other room.
Man.
She's waiting for you.
They're just at work at beach. That's how I see them every day.
Well, I mean, you could be.
I got a feeling he doesn't have a problem in that area.
I do too. I'm just teasing him though.
I'm
trying
not.
to be funny.
I'm just not chasing it, man. I'm just focused on my work, honestly. It's
But,
like
I was just playing with I was trying to make you laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, with that voice, he's a decent looking guy. He should be like hitting it.
Hey, Pops, you're making him nervous.
All right, making him blush.
No, man, it's all good. I mean, I know that eventually I'll get there.
Where you eat. So, I get you. You probably can't even write. You get in trouble maybe with work and stuff.
No, not at all, man.
Oh.
I got my own place and everything. So, I mean,
No, I mean, like you can't like date the people in the hotel or whatever you work at. No. Like.
Oh yeah, I mean, there used to be some girls that gave me like the phone number and a napkin secretly. I just felt like I wasn't up to it. They were not that good looking that time. So
You don't shit where you eat.
no, I'm not eating nothing. I'm just picking my tooth.
No, I said you don't. You never heard the expression?
I didn't know it's an expression.
Oh, okay.
Don't.
He doesn't dabble in company ink.
Yeah.
Like you don't pick up, like say in your restaurant, right? There's girls that come in there. You don't really try to pick them up. Go to a club and pick up, but don't pick up people in your workplace.
Yeah, because then if you break up, it would fuck everything up. You know, if like dating them or like
I see what you're saying.
Like that. So that's the expression, like don't shit where you eat, or like don't dip the pen in the company ink. Like that means don't date a chick at work. You know, it's just a colloquialism. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there was one girl that I tried to kind of hang out with after work, but she was just like all nervous and she never decided to. So I was like, okay, whatever.
You should just go to work with the guitar and play for her. You'll get her.
Right. That'll totally do it.
Go to her window at nighttime and sing. Whatever works, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and serenade her.
Yeah.
Primal man, what are you drinking tonight?
Oh man, you don't want to know.
You sing that Sinatra song, you'll be good.
Check this out.
Is that pickle juice? No, I'm only kidding.
Peanut butter and jelly?
And gems.
What?
Yep.
Jesus Christ, man. I don't
Looks
know.
like
peanut butter and jelly what?
Peanut butter and jelly beer.
Wow.
Oh, nasty. Right, I don't want to know.
My buddy said try it, it's good.
I'm curious, is it good? Because PB&J is screwball and grape juice. You ever had that?
No.
What that is? It's peanut butter whiskey, and you mix it with a little grape juice. and then you shoot that down, or you make a drink out of it. It tastes just like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Yeah.
Want to know the truth? I'm just trying to get.
Go ahead.
What's that? I'm just trying to get through this beer, to be honest.
Oh, really? Okay.
It don't pair. It pairs pretty well with the cigar. It's got a cough syrup flavor to it. You know, it tastes like cough syrup. Yeah.
Well, I'm having a rum and coke.
But it'll do the trick.
Well, I'll show you guys real quick on the only Coke that I drink, which is it's from Mexico.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
Right,
the real sugar.
Real sugar. That's what.
Yeah.
You guys like Coca-Cola?
Yeah.
If you get the Mexican Coca-Cola,
It has real sugar.
it's made with sugar cane. It's not made with the crappy sugar.
It tastes so much better.
It doesn't. It tastes like the Coca-Cola pops we grew up
Nice.
with, Uncle Guns.
Yep.
And if you guys ever try this now, it's like a 4-pack of this is like $6. But I don't drink a lot of Coca-Cola. I might have like one a week or something, maybe in the afternoon. But this is Mexican Coke. It's straight from Mexico.
Nice.
If you like something that tastes like, if you really want to taste what Coca-Cola tastes like, this is what you get.
Yep. It's darker. It's more robust.
Yep. It's incredible. It really is.
Isn't that like a Coca-Cola they used to do way in the past, though? Like also in the U.S.?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
like way
This
back
is
when. But they've been using corn syrup since like what, the 70s or something.
Yeah.
The DR uses sugar too. The DR.
Yeah, and I think you can get it's you'll see like the green bottle. It's
Yes.
American made.
Coke for life.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
the American made that's made with the sugar cane. But
It's half
not
sugar
real
cane and
stuff.
half stevia.
Yeah, it says Enhencho, Mexico, which means made in Mexico. But on the bottle, it says you'll see that it says sugar cane. That's what it's sweetened with. But
You don't have to cross the border to get that, though, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
In fact, the funny part is that, like when I picked this up at Publix, okay, Publix is in Florida, and there's a big area on the shelf for it, and you can see the tag, and there was just one 4-pack left. It doesn't stay on the shelves. You know?
You know what other soda has sugar in it? Pellegrino. The Italian soda, they make an orange flavor, a blood orange, and a lemon. The lemon's incredible.
Yeah.
Pellegrino lemons. It's soda it's made with sugar.
Yeah, it's real juice. They use real juice.
Oh, it's delicious.
That blood orange is the tits.
Oh yeah, you got to try that, Tony.
He says sugar cane is too expensive for half a.
But you're not talking about just the regular plain Pellegrino, right? Just a regular sparkling water.
No,
It
soda.
doesn't have sugar in it.
No,
no.
That's sparkling water. This is soda.
Oh, okay.
They
I
make
didn't know
soda.
they had that. I didn't know they had that.
Yeah.
They got like 3 or 4
Somebody
flavors.
says one Coke a day keeps Muhammad away. I just want to say hi to everybody in the chat again. You know, we got Woody Johnson. Of course, Woody, you know, we always love you here. I sent you a link. You got to jump in the stream. I just want to welcome you again, though.
Well, Woody Johnson.
Woody Johnson. Well, what does he like? What does he like? Taking his shit at the end? Woody Johnson.
That's just how he talks.
Yeah, you'll understand when you watch.
I like the guy.
Buddy boyos.
You'll understand. You'll understand.
Woody Johnson.
We're definitely mogging here. Actually, Caduceus does a great impression of him. It's
Well,
funny.
you know what's funny is David Little is that I'm trying to get to introduce everybody with Lux Maximus because I was looking for the stream where he said David Little, and do you know it's not up? It's not on Odyssey. It's not on YouTube. And he did holler at you. He hollered at the Vital Message. So I wanted to have Lux Maximus introduce everybody. So one of my things today, obviously I was in the sun all day, as you can tell, is I wanted to introduce David Little with Lux Maximus, but I'll have to wait and see if I can see if he puts it back up. So
You have to paint the beard.
yeah, I want everybody to go to Lux Maximus when he does his next symposium and get on there, make a comment so he says your name so I can introduce you properly.
Yeah.
Because we're definitely gonna be Mog Maxing boyos.
You can't fool Pops.
The best is the song he did. The Coom Hallelujah was epic.
Yeah.
Coom.
If all you gotta do is search for Lux Maximus Hallelujah, and that's all.
Oh
you need.
my God.
Yeah.
And he's always fresh out of a workout when he was doing that. Fresh out of a workout.
Yeah. Just so you know, PSC stands for Prime Slave Cunny. And that's all I have to say. So,
hey, Alexio, what happened to you? I don't see you anymore.
yeah, Alexio, it's funny. I know you said that, but I did mention it to him and on his stream. In fact, I did see Alexio Catan. I'll have to get that one too. I did see him mention your name a few times.
Yeah,
but,
I haven't seen Alexio in weeks.
Alexio says you got to jump on gear to get Lux Maximus on. You guys know what gear is?
Juice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Getting on the juice. But no, I did mention him, and he said when when he plans on doing collabs or interviews, he's going to reach out to me. So he has my email. So he knows I've done a lot of interviews, but I think it would be a very interesting interview, something a little different. I mean, I've interviewed guys like John Anthony, Alex Playing with Fire, just a lot. You name it. Alan Roger Curry. One of my boys is AMS, Alpha Male Strategies. I love AMS, just so you guys know. Good guy, friend of mine, and maybe one day I'll have him back on the channel. So, but also AMS is a good one. Alpha Male Strategies, big channel on YouTube, big channel. So, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, look at that, Alexio. He's been in the hospital. Oh, geez.
Sorry
Wow.
to hear that. You're
Yes.
all right now, I guess. That's good.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Alexio.
I thought something was wrong. I was like, nobody knew where he was. We were like, where's Alexio?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I want Primal Man. It's been a while. I'm curious your take on the whole. This is part 2 on the Russian-Ukraine conflict war. So I'm curious of your take on it, and then I want to go to Sergio about it too. So
Primal got drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the Ukrainian Marines need some people. So
yeah,
you're
I
going
think
down.
I think really more than anything is probably mostly theatrics, but I think if there is anything worth of value to it, it's that Ukraine is like globalism headquarters, and they're neighbors with Putin, and Putin don't think too highly of that. Putin's a base nationalist for the most part, and he's more or less liberating Ukraine from the globalists.
Yeah.
So, most people don't see it like that. The warmongering, conservative news is going to tell you, all this other crap. But that's what I believe. That's all.
I think he is liberating Ukraine in a way.
Primal, that's a great take, because for you to say something like that goes against the grain. And
yeah,
that's really my take on it too. Being a nationalist is, think about if you say you're a nationalist in the United States, what does that get you?
Deplatformed and fucking put on a fucking NSA fucking blacklist.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's in fact, I'll go to John Steele and Uncle Guns.
I think I'm going to move to
on
Russia.
the panel. What's the definition of a nationalist?
Well, I think there's 2 main types of nationalism that I heard. There's civic nationalism, and then there's ethnic nationalism. So civic nationalism would be like kind of like what Trump was.
Mm-hmm.
If you live in a multicultural, multiracial society, you can still be a nationalist, but it's more a civic nationalism. It's the country that you believe in and what it's founded on. And then there's ethnic nationalism that really doesn't, that might exist more like that exists to some degree, or to a large degree, in places like Poland, for example. There's a lot of national, like they're very proud of their, being Polish, so they want to preserve like their language, their culture, their religion, that kind of thing. So that's the two main branches of nationalism, as I see it.
You could be both too.
Oh yeah. There's always overlap, but like in like a country like the United States, you can't really be a nationalist, and it would be really hard to be both a civic nationalist and an ethnic nationalist in the United States. Because then everybody would be forming their own enclaves. But in like homogeneous countries, you can be an ethnic and civic nationalist simultaneously.
Mm-hmm. So do you guys think that a nationalist is looked down upon most of the time, or is it somebody who, Primal has done the best job of explaining that, I think, tonight. We all look at war, and war is always bad. Okay, but war sometimes is liberating. And so I think what Primal was saying is he's liberating the Ukraine. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, liberating the Ukrainian people from the globalists.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, yeah, globalists hate nationalism of any kind because it gets in the way of their agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't want any sense of nationalism because they all just see us all part of the global community and the elites at the top. So they don't like, they're kind of like, we don't want any borders or anything like that because that gets in the way of them, doing their thing. So they despise that. That's why Putin has always been kind of like a thorn in their side, because he's a nationalist and he has the military to back it up and also the support of his people. So
now
I have a question. Does Ukraine have a lot of resources?
Yeah, they have two resources: wheat and whores.
Jeez.
Not really.
Nah, they don't have anything. They have wheat. They do have a huge amount of wheat. But,
okay.
Their resource is their location.
Yeah, it's strategic, but they are huge exporters of wheat. They don't really have anything else, and they've experienced another problem they've had is they've experienced such a massive brain drain after the fall. When the collapse of the Soviet Union because of extreme poverty. So all the people that had good educations and stuff like that who could get jobs elsewhere left.
Now, does the war also affect your guys' economy? I mean, the world's economy, just in general.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like if I said this earlier on. Like combined, Russia and Ukraine control 1/3 of all the wheat exports in the world. So that is going to have a spillover effect. Also, Russia is the largest exporter of natural gas in the world, as well as a huge exporter of oil. I think they're the second largest oil producer in the world, and they export a huge amount of it. And they also export. There's also tons of like everything from rare earth minerals that are used in electronics and things like that that they export, as well as the precursors to make fertilizers for other countries to grow their own food, including the United States.
All right.
I think it's safe to say Uncle Guns has probably been to Ukraine.
No, I've been to Czechoslovakia. I've been to what's that small place? Oh man, I'll think of it in a minute. I've been in the region. I've never been to Ukraine.
Belarus?
I always wanted to go though.
Belarus, Moldova.
No, Bratislava.
Bratislava. Never heard of that.
Bratislava.
That one I've never heard of. That's a small one.
Very small place. Live like a king.
King Max.
They made a joke about it in the what was it, the Euro Trip movie? You know, they were lost in Europe, and there was 4 of them, and they kind of made a circle. All right, how much money do we have? And they all kind of pooled their money. Oh, we have $8.72, and they arrived in Bratislava, and they were like the richest people in town. The concierge, he he tipped the concierge like, you know, a quarter, and the concierge, you know, goes to the hotel boss and he's like, I quit.
You know, John Steele, he made a great point earlier about Putin playing chess, and he's a judoka. Judoka is a judo player, and you know, I've studied that. So obviously chess is very technical, and just for you guys that don't know, judo is very same thing with jiu-jitsu. So it's a very technical sport. And that to me would be important to somebody that is a leader. Okay, you understand the technical aspects of fighting.
Being
Chess
calculated.
yeah, it's calculated. Chess would be think about chess, you think of what you have to think of to win a chess game. Now, I'm not a chess player. I know a little about it, not much.
Always 2 moves ahead.
Yeah. Do I know about judo? Absolutely. So it's very technical. So let me ask you, John, why did you mention that at the beginning?
Because it gives you insight into his character, especially if you've been observing him for years, not just, you know, because this is in the news. So I put that link in the private chat if you guys want to check that out. But the other one you need to look up, and I will put it in the private chat for a minute. I got to search for it, but was the interview that Putin gave in 2008. And that just, after seeing that, I was like, holy shit, this guy knows his stuff. I mean,
Trump said he's a genius.
Yeah, well, you know, also, I mean, he is literally like
Trump said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is literally the ultimate Renaissance man.
Trump's a smart guy too, buddy. And I'm
yeah,
not a big
Trump is a
fan.
brilliant guy, but he's not calculating. Like, you know, Trump is extremely thin-skinned individual.
Yes.
Where Putin is not. Putin is really calculated, and he is, you know, he
gangster.
doesn't really give a shit what people say about him at cocktail parties or in page 6 of the fucking newspaper.
right.
What do
Gospel.
you mean by thin skin?
Thin skin means you're very sensitive to like other people
Comments and
insulting you.
backlash and
like he don't care if you call him a name. Trump bugs out.
Yeah, he's very sensitive
Don't you
to his
think,
image.
don't you
Trump's
think
got a
Trump
big
has
ego.
to be like that though, because of the way America is?
You don't have to. I mean, usually thin-skinned is a sign of immaturity. If you know, the older you get, generally, the less you care what other people think about you. That's basically a sign of maturity.
I think Trump, he acted. I think that was all act what he did to get publicity.
I think, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think Trump has to be that way because of the way people, the whole media and the whole people are
I don't
bullying
really
him
think
and all
Trump
the
gives
time.
a shit. He's got so much money, he don't have to prove nothing to nobody. I think he actually did all that before he was elected to get free publicity. He didn't even have to spend money. He was getting more publicity than anybody for free.
All I'm saying is, when I see Trump, he puts all the money he had aside and just went for the presidency. I think he just did the most selfless thing, you know, he could done, because he could have stayed a billionaire if he wanted to.
Yeah,
Or
well,
you know what I
he
mean?
still is a billionaire, but I mean, you get to a certain point.
I mean, live the lifestyle he's been living.
Yeah,
and he didn't need the stress, that's for sure.
Yeah, he didn't need the money. Obviously, you know, it's not like Biden, who never had a real job in his life.
I think he loves America.
And well, I do think Donald Trump sincerely does. I mean, he has children and grandchildren, and I think he's invested in the future of this country in that way. So it wasn't just, you know, but I do think on some level it was a bit of a power trip for him, but whatever. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking Trump per se. I'm just saying that.
I agree with that, though. He was on a power trip a little bit.
Compared to Putin, you know, Putin is light years ahead of Trump.
Yeah, chess versus checkers at that point.
Have you seen the little video where Trump gives Putin a handshake and he kind of pulls him in?
Yeah.
I saw that.
I like the one where Putin handed him the soccer ball and goes, "The ball's in your court now." Remember that? When he handed him the soccer ball? Yep. He said, "You got, the ball's in your court."
Oh, I didn't see that one.
He was passing the baton or something to him.
Let me
Oh, I didn't
comment.
see that one.
Hey, biggest mistake Russia ever made, though. I mean, come on, they sold Alaska. what a score that was for America.
I want to comment on this real quick, Runaway Train. Yeah, you're exactly right. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why. There's a couple reasons why. Taekwondo, you can get your black belt in what, a year and a half, 2 years?
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. Judo, 6-7 years minimum.
Judo's rough though. I did judo
Yeah,
for a
it's
year.
the
You
toughest
get beat
sport
up.
there is. People, I've watched people come in and out, you know, get all psyched up after you guys spend 6 months learning how to fall.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know,
I hated judo.
so it's a rough sport.
That means it was good.
I hated it, man. It wasn't my speed.
I learned.
I love it.
Hey,
Too
I
many
love.
throws.
I have a steel plate. My whole collarbone is all replaced because of judo.
I didn't like it. I
You
didn't like it.
realize how, like, I did it once in a fight, and I'd never forget this. Guy was twice my size. We kept calling the race band and special the judo toss. I'm 5'0" nothing. This guy's over 6 feet. And I'm throwing him over me doing that judo toss.
Absolutely.
Them tosses work
Amazing, man.
well. It's like counterbalance.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's using your opponent's basically energy against them. That's all it is.
Wow. Yeah.
But it takes a lot of training. It's just
Yeah,
a
it
great
does.
sport. It's a rough sport. The turnover rate in a dojo is way more than any other.
It's worse than playing football.
Yeah.
Pops, you said something about having a steel rod.
Yeah, I shattered my collarbone sparring, and so I've got steel. My collarbone.
I hated judo, man. I hated
Oh
it.
wow.
I hate it.
Well, it just tells you that judo works.
Yeah, I just hated it. I it was boring. I just hated it.
Now the guy also had about I don't know. Let me figure this out. He had about 30 years on me and
A lot of experience.
probably some 170, 175. He was 240 and about 6'4", 6'5".
Wow.
But we had a long sparring session, and that's the way it ended.
Are you guys cool now?
Yeah, absolutely. I had no issue with it.
That's the funny thing about, man.
It is what it is.
All of
man.
us, yeah.
You know, I was preparing for a major tournament, and then that happened. So, and
Take care, brother, man.
you know, the lesson I learned from that is that you get to find out when you see like professional athletes that don't come back from an injury, you know, after 6 months or a year. Well, I figured out why, because after being injured like that, I don't know if you guys, you know, collarbone is basically, think of a tie rod on a car. It controls. There's not a whole lot of.
Yeah.
A tie rod doesn't do much, but when you break a tie rod, the wheel just goes wherever you want. When I pulled off my gi, you know, my hand hung past my knee. And, you know, you have a bone that's coming up here, basically just about sticking through the skin, and the other bone is pointing down, and then there was a piece in the middle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So if anybody knows what a Soto Makikomi is, that caused my injury. So, but yeah, quite a sport.
Gesundheit.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Primal Man
I
left.
still love it till this day. I love grappling. I
wanted to say about judo and Putin. If anyone saw the video where Putin teaches the little kid, that he's at a judo school in Russia, and there's this kid, and he's sparring with this like adult, and Putin is talking to him like, you know, swing your hips.
Yeah.
And then did you see that clip? And the kid goes back and just fucking flips the guy. And there was
No,
a
I've
meme.
not seen that.
Yeah, you could Google it, like Putin judo kid maybe, and it would.
Oh yeah, I've watched it. I was telling that earlier in the stream. I've watched judo with Putin for years.
We should trade Biden for. We'll give him Biden and Harris for.
I don't think they'd take him.
They could have they could have the whole Senate and Congress, Pelosi, the whole crew. Biden, they have everybody.
Fauci, yeah.
This is
Fauci,
good.
all of them.
This is good for country. This is good.
But no, I was just like, Putin also.
Is it the one that says Japan?
Plays the piano. Like, did you know that?
Is it in
He plays the
Japan?
piano. He plays hockey. Did you see that when he was playing hockey?
Dude, the guy rides a horseback with no
Did he wrestle a bear or some shit? Like he
Nah,
did
that
something
was
real crazy.
that was a meme. He didn't actually wrestle
Oh,
a bear,
alright.
but
No,
I
that
wouldn't put
dude-
it past the guy. But he plays piano. He plays hockey. I mean, the guy is
classical alpha male.
yeah, he's
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
you call him a Renaissance.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's what I said. The ultimate Renaissance, man. The real life Renaissance, man. He speaks Russian, he speaks German, he speaks a little bit of English. He's he's pretty multi-dimensional guy, man.
I just love how calm he is. Like, he's just calm, man.
They do make fun of him a little bit on SNL though, the no shirt on. Oh, this is good. This is good for the.
I saw the video, man. It was crazy. Wow, man. I couldn't believe it. He just threw that whole guy down.
Oh
yeah, he was in Japan. He actually bought the dojo that he trained as a kid when he first started studying judo, and because he's been doing it now. I don't know how old he is. I don't know how old Putin is now, but he's been doing judo for like 40 years or 50 years or something. So I mean, he's got his shit down.
Dude, that's one leader.
Man, he just showed the kid how to do it, and then the kid threw the whole guy down, the whole tall guy.
Yeah, he just flipped it, dude, man.
That's one leader.
He's 69.
That's one leader who's so dangerous that even when he tells his men to go on break, that's even more of a threat. Y'all guys take 5. I'll be fine.
He's 69 years old. He don't look it.
No, he don't look it. It's funny that SNL is making fun of Putin with his shirt off. God, can you imagine what Biden would look like with his fucking shirt off?
Yeah. I want to see Lindsey Graham in a ring with Putin.
Once again, just for the record, I'm a proud South Carolinian, and Lindsey Graham does not represent me. That is all.
Guns like he has no official affiliation here.
I'll tell you, I heard Trump could throw down too, though.
Well, he's a New Yorker, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
You ever see him in WWE? I mean, I know it's fake, but still, he was body slamming people.
No, he got stunned.
He body slammed Jim McNabb.
No. He got. I think
he slammed him. No, he slammed Jim McMahon to the floor.
I don't think he did. He smacked him.
Let's see. I got.
Yeah, you can go down to West Palm Beach and you can drive by Trump's place. It's pretty spectacular.
Trump is a big boy. He's like 6'3"?
He's 6'2".
Yeah,
still pretty tall. You know, he's a tall guy. You know what I mean?
But I still, all due respect to Donald Trump, I think if Putin and Donald Trump were in the octagon, my money's on Putin and Donald Trump in the octagon. My money would be on Putin.
Pretty much.
Absolutely. Yeah.
100% my money be on Putin.
Hey, sorry guys, I gotta go, man. Gotta sleep and start tomorrow, new day.
All right, cool, man. Thanks for playing for us,
Sergio. Question, Serge, can you sing us out? Can you sing us a song out? Sing us one more.
It's keep him up, man. The kid's got to go to work.
No, he can do it. He can do it.
This is short.
All right, hold on. There you go.
This one's for Bruno.
That's right, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Sergio Music Boy live.
Now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friends, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. There you go.
Woohoo!
Another
short, sweet ending.
Excellent, Serge. Man, I appreciate you coming on tonight.
Thanks, Serge.
I really do.
Yes, guys.
I appreciate you coming on. Absolutely, man. It's
all love, man.
It's a real treat for tonight.
Amazing.
Yeah,
it's all love.
Absolutely. In fact,
right, so
I'm going to play the one for you. Let me see. I got a sound bite here. Where is it? I think it's right here. This is for Sergio.
What a pig.
Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong one. Sorry. It's this one right here.
Amazing. Amazing.
Nice.
What a pig.
Yeah.
And that one queued up too, but that's funny. But Sergio, thank you. Again, you're
All right,
welcome.
thank you.
Time, man. Come on anytime.
Yes.
Absolutely. So
If God willing, we'll see each other another time, man.
that's right. Yep. Lord willing and the creek don't rise. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys.
Appreciate
Take care, man.
you,
Much
Thank
love.
Have a good night, man.
Good night, bro.
Peace out.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Sergio, yeah. Oh, this is great, man.
It's really good. It's good.
Yeah, yeah. Alexio says music mogging us.
Dude, we'll have to have a full band up here, man, soon. A jam session.
Yeah. You're next, David Little, so you better get it ready, man. We're not afraid to put you on.
Oh, man.
That's right. We're not afraid. Yeah, everybody can go live here. That's a nice treat with Sergio tonight, guys. That's awesome. I'm stoked. Again, follow Sergio Music Boy on Instagram and on YouTube. That's Sergio Music Boy, one word.
Sergio Music Boy. Yeah.
Yep.
David Little.
Yep.
Oh, David Little. I was searching for that today. Trust me. You have no idea. I'm like, all right, I know he said David Little. I remember cooking dinner and he had Lux Maximus had mentioned your name, and I wanted to introduce you tonight. I did. I just wanted to introduce you just like Woody.
Little Woody Johnson. Tony Bruno.
I love that.
Sounds like he can't breathe or he's taking his shit.
Yo, that dude is a real deal, bro. If you want to talk about Hormaxing, whew, that dude.
Yeah, well, that's what Lux Maximus does. He's about the escort maxing.
The prime slave cunny, man. It's all it's about.
Yeah. It's like I said, you know, it might not be aligned with what I do or what I believe, but he's quite entertaining and he is an intelligent guy. But that's him. So, but Muhammad, are you there still?
I don't know. Trudeau may have sent the squad in there to take him out.
Yeah.
He came in blackface too.
He's like, you are not allowed to talk on YouTube with Americans.
Nah, you gotta
law.
You gotta give him the Canadian accent about.
I can't do it.
It's about time, you know.
Bernie, good to see you, man. Bernie L, what's up, buddy? Bernie L. You guys remember Bernie? Bernie and Emmanuel were the beginning of the classic Steve the Dean Rosebud stream.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that was the original discussion, and it ended up being a classic stream. Now I'm going to play a bit of it real quick right here. If Bernie, you remember this, man, appreciate you coming on. But here we go. Let me see if I got the right one.
Oh, wow. We need a white boy.
Yep. Yeah, you went there.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Listen,
Come on.
Yeah.
Good God. That was
here we go.
So you should have.
I'm not the host of the show.
No,
I'm just making. I'm trying to recap here.
Okay. First of all, let me slow this down a little bit.
Oh, wow. We need a white boy.
Yep. Yeah, you went there.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Listen,
Come on. This guy, man. This guy's low IQ trash, man.
Yeah,
Get out of
let him.
here,
I hope this
this
is
is my
cathartic,
channel.
man.
That's all right. And I invited Steve the Dean on, and we're going to go back to the original question.
The motherfuckers stole the blues. They done stole everything else. Now these motherfuckers game. These motherfuckers is real white boys, man.
Well, hey, I'll just say one thing. I didn't criticize his game. He brought it up.
If you criticize somebody's game or not, who are you fucking asshole?
That's all you could say, man. That's all you could say. You just called. You just say random names.
I'm seeing a lot of.
I was eating my sunflower seeds, man.
Oh, I love that show.
Oh my God, man! He set Black back pretty far by doing that.
Yeah, that's just
that was ridiculous.
That's Uncle Guns again. Uncle Guns, is that you?
Yeah,
that was a wild stream because I'm like, dude, why not?
Oh,
Didn't he have an issue with his computer? Like he said he had a degree.
Yo, Tony, which show is that of yours? I'm gonna watch that one.
It's brutal.
It's a Thursday night. It's a Thursday night reality check. I think it was open panel. It was way
What
back
date?
when. It's a 6-hour stream. It's a long one.
No, well, I'm only gonna fast.
Speaking of
forward to
which, I
that
don't know if
part.
you saw, but Bernie's in the chat. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's why I brought it up because Bernie's.
Oh, I got you. I was
Bernie
dropped.
Bernie was the main guy. What the issue was is that, and you know what's funny is Steve Williams is a friend of mine, man. I love Steve to death, and people had asked me, like I ambushed him and things like that. No, I never would ambush anybody. That's not something I would do. Steve's a friend of mine, and it ended up being a discussion. He brought on, and all the guys were pretty cool. 1950, I think it was Zagat, Lucario, Rosebud, of course, and a bunch of others. But it was just an interesting debate and stream that night, and it ended up kind of blowing up everywhere. And the funny part is that I would go on other channels, and when I'm watching stuff, I would always see clips from that stream. You know what I mean? It was just one of those classic streams. It was a good time. Everybody left the stream, I think, really well. I think QB Willie was on. Everybody was on that night. So we had guys coming in and out all night long. But that was what it started is that Emmanuel Godson, our brother from Ireland, he was watching Steve's speech from 21, and in the live chat, I know Bernie and Steve were going, or Bernie and Emmanuel were kind of going back and forth that Emmanuel had said something about Steve's language and that it was kind of interrupting his message. But that's the way Steve talks. So I had both guys come on to kind of discuss what was, their little, I guess, argument or debate they had in the chat on 21 Studios. But unknown to them is that I had texted Steve earlier and say, hey, man, I want you to come on. And because these guys were talking about your speech, and it ended up just being a classic stream. That's all. And it was the stream I found out I was white. Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah. That's why I have PTWD, post-traumatic white disorder, I call it. So, yeah. So it was a good time for sure. So.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm just looking, I'm looking, Bernie says salute.
Salute. That's awesome.
Here. Yeah. Yeah. Alexio says, no, here it is here. I watched it the day after. It was 6 hours.
Dude, that was a long hike, and then it went crazy.
It was a lot of fun. So Bernie says that should get me a wrench on this channel. Yeah, Bernie, it'll get you a wrench. That I promise you. So appreciate you, man. That was the start of that whole stream. So, but that was a good time. Mohammed, you still there? Mohammed? This Mohammed's not here.
Oh boy.
They probably took him away.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but I had a few friends in Australia on YouTube, like about 3 guys I knew, and I don't hear from any of them anymore.
Like who's that?
I said I had about 2-3 friends that were, on YouTube. I used to bump into them sometimes, and they lived in Australia. And I don't really see anybody from Australia on YouTube anymore. It's like, did they shut the internet down in Australia?
Well, I mean, the 2 people I know from Australia would be obviously Mohammed, and then
no, Mohammed's from Canada.
No, he's from Australia.
Are you sure?
Oh no, I'm 100% sure. He's a doctor in Australia. Yeah,
I thought he was a doctor in Canada.
No, Australia.
All right, so that's good. That makes me feel better.
And then CBP, he occasionally comments, or he hasn't been on in a while. I'd love to have CBP on. He's always got some good commentary. So,
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going on over there.
Yeah,
well, they don't have freedom of speech in Canada. Like they don't have a First Amendment or anything. So they can, if you say anything they don't like, they can.
But we're talking about Australia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, Australia technically doesn't have freedom of speech either. But
I know, and soon America won't either.
yeah, well, yeah. Fuck.
Did you know they're trying to pass a law that if you speak any anti-government speech, like even on YouTube, they have the right to come arrest you and declare you a terrorist. They're trying to pass this in the United States.
I'd be like, in feelings much, guys?
Well, they're trying to pass it.
That's the hill I die on right there.
Well, you may be dying on that hill sooner than you think.
Oh, what's the point of living then? You know, I mean,
that'll never pass.
I don't think it'll pass either, but I'm just trying to say is they actually have drawn this bill up. It's not like they're playing.
Yeah, they draw it up, but it hasn't been proposed yet.
Yeah.
There's a couple channels I want to shout out. One of them is called Sheep Stay Sleep TV.
Sheep Stay Sleep TV?
Yeah, I want you to check him out sometime.
I gotta check it out.
Yeah, David Little, are you
like a clip notes? Like what is it?
What's up?
Are you familiar with Sheep Stay Sleep TV?
I like John.
I've seen
do you got a show?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
John.
he's pretty cool.
Does John Steele got a show?
I'll play a quick clip.
Put the link.
This little clip was about we have the manosphere, and then we have what's called the black manosphere, and then the regular manosphere. And Sheep Stay Sleep TV his comment was about what happens, and this comment was directed at Anthony Johnson, your new favorite buddy pops, Tony Johnson, about what happens when you mess with guys in the manosphere. And I'm going to play this real quick. So
exactly, because they have SOS, system, a value system. They have order and they have structure. And anyone who obstructs against any of that, you get your head chopped off.
I absolutely love that clip, man. Yeah, Sheep Stay Sleep TV for sure.
Sheep Stay Sleep TV.
Yep, I'm gonna bring on Muhammad real quick. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna just in case. Don't forget our pretty slick here. So Muhammad?
Yep, that's me.
Okay, self-made, is that you?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right, good. You guys know I got to do that, right? So
yeah, I know.
Nothing personal. Self-made. Good to see you, my man. How are you?
Really good. Good to see everyone doing really well.
Self-made.
Yeah. Good to see
Boys.
Hey, Tony, me and Self-made were talking about Negan going his own way, man.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Negan went on his own way with his pipe. He said, before you do whatever you do to me, I already know what type of person you are. I'm out. I was like, get it, Negan.
Yeah, I thought he was going to whack Maggie, but he didn't. So, and they set that up perfectly. So
yeah, because they got the movies coming out. That's why.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, they got 3 Brick movies coming out.
Yeah, there's look at that. Is that Woody? I think it's Woody. Woody.
Hey, it's me. It's me.
Yeah.
Woody Johnson, everybody.
Hang on, we got to introduce you properly now.
Okay, all right.
The way you come into the stream right now is
Woody Johnson.
Hey,
Johnson.
Hey, Tony. I love you for doing that, man. It's an awesome intro, and you're actually making me famous now. Ironically, so I don't know if it's like, is it a good or bad thing, so I don't know, but you're making me famous.
Woody Johnson
and Tony Bruno.
Pops, that is scary, man. If I heard that in a dark alley, I'd run if you did that.
Alrighty.
I want to introduce everybody on there, so I'm going to encourage everybody to go to the live symposiums and make a comment, because I was looking for, because I know he mentioned David Little and the Vital Message, Caduceus, on the last stream, but when you guys came on, I wanted to have a special thing for you, but I noticed the last symposium from, I think it's from last Friday, is not. It was on YouTube and it was on Odyssey, but it's gone on both of them now. So, and I believe that wasn't an unboxing symposium. Yeah. So, and that's all I have to say about that, Pops. Just look for the unboxing. And I will.
I was advising people not to look for Lux Maximus. Don't look him up. Just don't. Don't look up Lux Maximus.
Woody Johnson.
Woody Johnson.
Hey, fire show today, Tony. And from Anthony Dream Johnson, it's now based Anthony Dream Johnson. Man, it was yeah, man. I couldn't agree more, man. He was spitting
I love
fire.
that guy. That guy sounded
Yeah.
like me, but with a better voice.
Well, like
Yeah.
I said, like even Pops or anybody that wants him to come on your channel, maybe reach out to me first, and I'll see what I can do to get him.
Tony's the bridge. Tony's is the bridge amongst. Tony's like the mimer from the Greek mythology. He's the one who knows it all. He knows all the lands, all the creeks, all the hidden passages, all the warriors and the elves and the trolls. That's what Tony is. He has connections for everybody. And it was great too when John because John Steele, he's he's been he knew about Putin from a while back, and I was like, wow. I mean, I knew about the petroleum and even the lumber and the but the wheat, like they called Ukrainian the breadbasket of Europe, So it was great points, great show.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Alexio says Woody is not famous.
Woody Johnson.
I'd have to disagree.
Woody, when you come on my
Woody Johnson, Tony Bruno, the white, the black, the yellow, and brown. Walk right in, lay your money down, and fuck the night away. Alrighty, boys. Alrighty.
That guy is funny. I gotta watch him. But Woody, from now on, when you come on my show, it's gonna be Woody Johnson. That's how you're getting introduced. I don't care.
I wanted to have David Little and the Vital Message. So I want to see everybody on there. I want to hear him say Muhammad. I want to hear him say Uncle Guns. I want to hear
Guns.
I want to line them all up. I need to introduce
I
everybody.
think we should decide one day when he's doing a live stream. We should all turn up. It's gonna be fun.
Just go raid the chat.
Yeah, definitely.
Just go raid.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do it, so I hope everybody over here too does that too. So this is what we're going to do next time. And Tony, trust me, once he's doing interviews and like open interviews, I'm gonna annoy the shit out of Lux Maximus to come on Tony Bruno's show. I have to do that.
I invited him to 21 to speak, and Anthony left the invitation open, so he's welcome to speak at 21.
Based.
I think it would be. Again, it's an open idea platform, and regardless of what people think, I think it would be interesting, is what I think. And
I think it would be mind-blowing, eye-opening.
I think also Jesse would have him on a show immediately after 21.
He's a pig. The play.
Hey, Pops. I think while you're running so much interference with people overseas, a lot of those guys are using VPNs. I can't even use mine right now because they did an agreement, because I can't even watch certain channels in like England or Australia. It was like you can't watch this. And then the same thing happens with my friends from overseas. if I send them a video, they're like, "Oh, you can't watch this video." But a lot of my friends are all running VPNs. My VPN's useless now. I can't jump from different locations to different locations. I think that's what's going on right now.
So wait a second, the VPNs don't even work anymore? You can't even
No, because they did that European Union. They just stopped, like, where you can't, like, I cannot watch certain videos from England. I can't watch certain videos from Italy. I can't watch certain videos from Australia. And the same thing has happened to them where they can't watch American content. Now, if I put my VPN to that country, then I can. But I can't just reroute and bounce off. You know what I mean? So if I'm bouncing, then it will stop me from watching a lot of different things.
Okay,
You know,
but you can still like assign a native IP to the country of origin and it will work.
yeah, but you're kind of like a sitting duck when you're doing that, because then they'll be able to get your VPN. But I mean, if you're really not out there like that and trying to hide too much, then it'd be fine. But yeah, that's what's probably going on, Pops. That's what's happening right now.
But they still can't track your original IP address, though. If you have a VPN, you would just have to change the settings to each country, right?
The VPN just bounces from it, routes out. If you're using, like, say you have a VPN set up, you set it up with like Photon Mail, or you don't set it up with your Gmail. Don't do that. Set it up with a different, not like a non-entity big corp. You know,
Proton is the best.
Yeah, that's the one I use. And the thing about it is like they're constraining information. That's all they're doing right now, and that's the scary thing. And like somebody was talking about, like they're gonna start saying the anti-government and they're gonna use that as a terrorist thing. But I think it's gonna go along the lines of they don't like it when men group together, because then we come up with ideas. But that could be my tinfoil hat talking, you know?
No, I agree. Yeah. Wow.
Well, I know. I think this is the one I just got this in. This is Putin sent this message to Biden. So this is breaking news. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to play it real quick.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you.
Good luck.
That was a great fucking movie. I love that movie.
So how do you say this word? Put the phone in front. Yeah, he put the phone in front of him and heard him say, "Good luck." It was you. I was like, nice.
Yeah, and then I know Biden sent him this back, I believe.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding.
Biden would be Batman in that fight.
But the video, I didn't see the video. Was it playing?
No, he was just taking clips of those two movies.
Oh, it's a black screen.
Yeah.
Audio clips.
Anyway, Tony, I'm going to be bouncing. Appreciate you.
What?
Yeah. I got to take a break.
Pops, well, you're not. Nobody's allowed to bounce anymore. That's it.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna leave from here.
I mean, come on, Pops. I mean, it's very
4 hours,
rare
man.
that you get
Pops.
Woody Johnson.
live here.
Woody Johnson.
You think I'm stuck here with you? You're all locked in here with me.
Now, you turn on your massage chair. There you go.
Maybe I'll come back in, like, if you're still on in a half hour.
Yeah, we won't be on that much longer.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired.
I was just, it's funny too, because I was looking through a bunch of clips that I have here. Just a lot of crazy clips that I have loaded on StreamYard, just a ton of them, man. Some of them I don't even remember. I do remember asking Pat Stedman about. Well, you guys will just see.
So what you're saying is don't send a dick pic right off the bat.
Don't send a dick pic unless your dick is huge. Don't.
That's funny.
They're all huge in fisheye.
Whose show was I on when I had a brawl with Gunny?
Primal.
That
Primal.
Was, I think, yeah, that was Gonzo's show.
Oh, was it? All right. We got to
Which
get a highlight
brawl? You
reel
and
of
I
that
got
one.
many. You and I got in many brawls. Which one?
The
I
one
thought it
where
was Primal.
It was a crazy screaming.
Where I blasphemed?
Yeah.
That was Gonzo's show.
I want the chat to check out if you guys haven't seen the stream with Ivan Throne from about 2 weeks ago called "Angry at Life." It's a really
Holy smoke.
good stream. Yeah.
Yeah, it
So,
is.
Probably this Thursday, I'm going to have on Praetorian Swift. I don't know if you guys know who he is, Mr. Swift.
Wow.
Ivan.
You're kidding.
And so
You're kidding.
Yeah, so we're
Holy smokes.
We're gonna have a great Guns. You'll love you know Mr. Swift. So
I know exactly who that is.
yeah, so you guys are gonna love that. So, but
If we were all standing in a room, the man could kill us with a toothpick. All of us.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
believe you.
Swift is gonna come on. I'm gonna I told him be in the next 2 weeks, and so I'll probably have Swift and Ivan on. I think both of them. But it's going to be mostly Swift. So
Next Friday, I have Alex Jones coming on my show.
oh, nice. Yeah, this is some old clips, real
That's
quick
awesome.
with Ivan back in the
They
day.
actually want to get rid of Alex. They said it's getting time for a replacement. They're getting me geared up.
I'm going to play a couple intense
Bounce
clips
gay.
here with with Ivan, real quick. This is from well over a year ago. So.
Okay, I'm just going to say this. There is a difference between being the bystander in a movie passing by and being the director of your own destiny and responsible for the fates of men. And you understand that difference? Many do not. Oh, who am I to direct the fates of men? How could I be so grandiose and so arrogant? People are afraid of prerogative today.
Yeah, they're afraid to say no.
I do not recommend fear of prerogative to any human being.
I like Ivan. I like that guy. I've seen him once before.
And one more. This is really intense.
You are a man who lacked honor, if you are a man who lacked violence, if you are a man who lacked character, ferocity, a sense of justice, savagery, you got what you deserved. And you always get what you deserve. But there are some deaths I would not wish on anyone. And the death of a coward is one of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
So in times like these today, I encourage all men not to be cowards. Because what is left of this nation of America, once the sides are done fighting over the scraps and bones, will not belong to cowards.
I love that guy.
That's some facts right there, guys.
That's the guy, Gunny. That's the guy you said could kill us all with a pencil.
Ivan could too, but that's Ivan.
Ivan could too, but Mr. Swift could kill all of us and Ivan.
He has a show, Swift. This guy?
Who is Mr. Swift? Can you elaborate, Uncle Gunner?
Think of like
the name of his show?
the Batman villain Ra's al Ghul.
Okay.
Like, if Ra's al Ghul was like a real person, it'd be Mr. Swift.
What does he have a show?
No. He works with Ivan.
No.
And
When's his show?
We chatted last week, and it looks like this Thursday night. I'll reach out to him.
Then Uncle Gunny, how do you know the guy if you don't have a show?
A lot of people know
I'm the guns. I know things. I make it my business to
a lot
know
of people
things.
know Mr. Swift
That's his name, Mr. Swift. If I Google it,
or Praetorian Swift. You can, if you're to go to 21 Studios, I'm sure his speech is there from 2018. Praetorian Swift. Yep.
Praetorian Swift.
On 21 Studios. Let me ask you a question, Guns. How did you find out about Swift?
I found out through Ivan.
Okay.
Everything links back to Tony Bruno. you and other creators, expose so many people to so many other good men with, just vast. I chase that kind of stuff. I chase other men that have the similar mindsets, or that have what I want, or that have that kind of resemble who I want to be.
What makes Mr. Swift a deadly weapon?
Mr. Swift is okay. I guess I don't want to say too much, but he was a paramedic. He is a guy that teaches SWAT teams. He's a
firearms instructor or something.
A private military contractor also.
I got you. So he's like an ex-Navy SEAL or something like that?
No, we'll let him give his own story.
I got you. I'm just curious.
Yeah. But
because I can't find him. Maybe he's called Mr. Swift.
Yeah, I know there's a speech on 21 Studios that's with Swift.
Yeah, well, I heard Gunny's been talking shit about him. I'm gonna have to let him know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to get some Navy SEAls on Tony's show.
What's that, Guns?
I said I'm trying to get some Navy SEAls on this show. I'm trying to get Navy SEAls on your show.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Trying to get Don Shipley and Shawn Ryan.
Yeah, I have to. Who we have to have on it back again is Jeremy Stafford. Jeremy has some great stories. I have a interview with him. He probably from about a year ago, but he is the handgun editor for Guns and Ammo magazine. So, but Jeremy is we'll just say he's higher up in a major police force in California, in LA. So, but really cool guy. But I'd love to have him back on sometime too. And Guns will have you on also with those guys for sure.
Oh yeah,
But that other guy is he's a book of knowledge. That other guy. What's his name again? That
Ivan Throne.
Yeah, that guy Ivan. He's got a whole different way of looking at stuff. I love it.
Yeah.
He's a ninja.
Yeah.
He's a samurai.
He's deaf though, right?
Yeah.
Because the way he speaks sometimes, so you get about.
Yeah. He's got a great book.
But how awesome! How do you learn how to speak if you can't hear? Like that's wild.
Ivan lost his hearing at about 4 years old.
But still, I give him credit.
Ivan can read lips. He can read lips.
But how do you speak? It's hard. How did he learn how to speak?
That's just it. It's vibrations.
Yeah, he is a ninja, I think, right? He's a real ninja. Like
Ivan's been a great friend since 2018 when I met him. We've been buds ever since.
But like he's a trained ninja by who? The Japanese trained?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Damn, man. He must be real deadly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if Mr. Swift will kill him and all of us together, he must be super deadly.
That's according to Ivan.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I believe him. If Ivan says it, I believe it. He don't bullshit.
No, I don't look like the type of guy that bullshits.
Like I said earlier in the stream to you guys, that's the beauty of 21. You can come to 21 and hang out with these guys. Get to meet them.
I want to hang out with Ivan. I like Ivan. I don't know why. I just like him.
Yeah, good guy. He's I consider him a brother for sure. So
we need a Tony Pill convention.
Yeah. Yeah, all those guys are there at 21. So, like I said, if anybody's interested in hanging out
Well,
for
probably next time. This year, not a good time for me, but next
Yeah.
year I'll
Well,
be in Florida.
it's not until October, so
Oh, you never
yeah.
know then.
Yeah, it's a good time. You guys will have the best. It starts on Thursday. It's Thursday through Sunday.
What are you all staying in a hotel, like the same
Oh
hotel?
yeah, it's at the venue. You stay right there. But I would recommend people do like I do, is come in on at least Wednesday at the minimum, and leave on Monday or Tuesday. So actually make it if you can stay from Tuesday to Tuesday, that's the way to do it, because a lot of those days, speakers and people like Elliot and everybody, they're there earlier, so you get to hang before the conventions and then after the convention too.
What is the convention about, basically?
It's just becoming a better man. That's all. And it's all different ideas on masculinity, and Anthony gives people a stage to speak, is what he does. And they're not censored, and it's just a great group of guys. Once you've been there, you'll want to go back. That's for sure.
Gunny loved that place.
Yeah.
Gunny will be
a lot of good.
Gunny will
a
be
lot
in
of-
Gunny heaven.
Yeah. It's quite an event, so I recommend it. it.
I'm going to go just to see Gunny, see what he looks like.
Yeah.
Feel like that's you son of a bitch. Come here.
I'm trying to get my my own tactical training business off the ground.
No, it'll be funny. Like, I've never seen Gunny, right? So then he'll walk up to me, like, and back of me, and he'll go, "What's up, Pops?" I'll be like, "Whoa."
One day.
And then we'll go,
or
Woody.
You'll never see him come.
I've never seen Gunny or Woody. They're both playing peekaboo. And John Steele, too.
That's all right. I respect my avatars. People have their anonymity for a reason, and that's okay. Self-made, we've seen you. Appreciate you, man. Absolutely.
I think, though, when you do a show, you have to show people who you are.
Well, I definitely respect, I guess Tony's opinion on that, because it takes time, and I mean, an identity in a way is just
Woody's one or two things: real fat or real ugly, one or the other.
Little Woody Johnson.
Because there's a reason why he ain't showing us who he is. Or he's real something. There's something weird, man. Like he's got three eyes or something.
Yeah, I think so.
You look like a real Indian or something with a dot on your head or something. I don't know.
No,
yeah,
Woody,
definitely.
No, Woody's all right.
Something's up, Woody Mo. There's no way you
Woody
can
Mo.
you could go this long without showing yourself. Come on now.
We call
Now Uncle Gunny, I understand, because Uncle Gunny's, he's in witness protection, so I get it. But like you, Woody, I mean, what the hell?
Right.
I've let it loose on Primal Man's show before. You can go look it up. But the closest thing I can tell people, I've been hearing this my whole life, is I look like a taller Bruce Willis, is what people tell me.
Oh, well, that's pretty cool, because I like Bruce Willis. So,
well,
he's a devil worshiper, but that's beside the point.
Oh my God, here we go. So Woody is the Yahudi hustler. That's who Woody is.
No, Woody looks like that panda, probably. That's him almost.
Yes and yes.
There you go.
And yes.
Now I've seen David Little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've seen him. This guy John Steele, he's new, so I don't know, but I'm dying to see him because he sounds like a New Yorker. I love it. He's like, hey.
He's been a regular for a while.
I like John.
Yeah, John's. I love John, because John Steele takes no shit. He says what he says, and he doesn't back off anybody.
No, and he's well educated about a lot of things.
Absolutely. And again,
don't let his voice deceive you. He's smart.
I prefer, like myself, I don't, I like to be, I like to be known as a facilitator of conversations.
Mm-hmm.
what I'm an expert in is remodeling, carpentry, and some other skills, we'll say. So if I was ever to talk about that, I would. But I can give my opinion occasionally. But this stream is for the guys watching, and we'll say all my panel of experts. And
Well, I really like that other guy, though. He's my, so far, of anybody I've ever met on the internet, that guy's my favorite.
Who's that?
The guy, John 21. He's my favorite of all time.
Who is that?
The guy, John 21. There. That was just on the show.
Tony Johnson.
Tony Johnson.
Tony Johnson.
Whatever he is. I love that guy. That guy, he made me laugh. Like, he was just saying, yeah, put them all on an island, drop them there. I'm like, oh, I love this guy. I'm with him.
Wow.
Like, I'd be with him throwing the people on the thing, too. Like, I loved it.
Right off the pier.
I love that guy. That guy's awesome.
Yeah, I was like, well, what the fuck? Like, he's pretty based.
Like, he's number one in my book right now.
Yeah. John Steele, yeah, he has a channel. Check out his channel.
No, not John. I'm talking about the other guy.
No, I know that, but John Steele.
Oh, I like John too, but that other guy was
Totally
off the charts.
dismissed John.
Well, if you want more,
I
of
like
Anthony
John
Johnson,
Steele.
just go to 21 Studios and you get plenty of Anthony Johnson on there for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What channel is John Steele?
John Steele is John Steele.
That's his channel.
It's John Steele Show, but I haven't created any new content in a long time. Primarily, I did mostly one-on-one interviews with different people. A lot of it.
I
Thanks.
I saw a few of them. I liked them actually. So.
And but I need to create new content. It was mostly around authors because I'm a big reader, so I got to interview a lot of fiction authors that I admire, that I've gotten to know. It's kind of cool when you read a work and you actually get to speak to the person who wrote it. So,
Well, what's the name of your channel? John Steele what?
Show.
Just like my interview with MGTOW Dictionary, MD.
The John Steele Show live? No.
The best part about my interview with MD is I have never spoke to him before that.
No, that ain't you.
Yeah.
It was a classic. That's
I
one of
can't
the
find
few
his show.
streams.
Drop the link.
The one with MD is one of the few streams I'll actually go back and listen to.
That's when I discovered you, Tony, and ever since then, I've been I've been watching.
That was classic. MD has it's funny because Anthony Johnson had published that on 21, and a lot of people said that they just can't stop listening to him. He has one of those voices that is just absolutely, people want to hear what he has to say. So that was classic. Again, I never talked to him before that. Very rarely commented. So long, Pops. And it was a classic. It was just a classic. It really was.
Yeah. I can listen to that.
Is he MD? Did he just drop off the internet, or?
I have no idea.
He's coming back.
Yeah, he's working on his projects right now. Hope of another book out soon. I know he's working on one now.
Yeah.
Last heard about him. Yeah.
But if anybody wants to hang backstage for a little bit, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna knock this show out, guys. I'm gonna just rock it out, and we will see you guys on Thursday. Should be this Thursday night with Mr. Swift. I will let everybody know ahead of time, of course. But appreciate everybody in the chat, everybody that watched tonight. Much love, honor, and respect to everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel. We're gonna rock it out. We'll see you this Thursday and next Saturday. Cheers.
Darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding